Welcome in everyone to the Triton Cup 108 with Dapple Productions. This is Conroe, and for this cast, I am joined by Frostix. Welcome in, Frostix.
Hello, Conroe. We previously discussed this before stream started. We're all fresh out of something. I'm fresh out of a scrim. What are you fresh out of, Conroe?
I'm fresh out of work on little sleep. I'll say that.
Okay. Either way, we have an intense couple rounds of all zones action. That's just what Triton Cup is about. And our first two teams going up today is Dark Blossom and Basti GHG here. Both seed 32 and 33. It's one of the only winners brackets round ones here.
Yeah, it's quite a big Triton Cup today. We've got 34 teams playing, which is a pretty big bracket. And this is one of, I think there's two winners round one games. This is one of them. The winner of this will immediately go in to face the top seed, Frutella. So good luck with that. But they will play a best of three set in winners round one to start this tournament off. Dark Blossom versus Basti GHG. I'm trying to find out what best map is here. I can't see it, but
Oh,
yeah, so spat zones, of course.
well, at least we know what the first map is according to
Yeah,
the lovely website. Hagglefish Zones here, a map of many nicknames, as I like to call it, because so many of my caster friends alike have just something to call this mode here. Pat calls this Final Destination, Topic calls this the game's biggest icebreaker, Sasu calls this the Great Equalizer, and I call this map the straightest map that isn't Hammerhead Bridge.
wow, so many nicknames. I've never heard of any of those. I've just been enlightened with a bunch of nicknames for this. I just like Final Destination, to be honest, because I do agree with that. You get a sense of that with how kind of big that zone is in the middle, and everyone just kind of meets there at the start. You do have the flanks, but they're kind of dead zones if you get caught. If you get caught out, if you get spotted, and then it's very hard to flank. But yeah, a lot of games I have here, it feels like I just go to mid and us and the enemies are just painting over each other's ink for the first 20 seconds of the game. Yeah,
That is, it is just what it feels like. And then next thing you know, once a set team gets control, they immediately move up, start contesting the steps, and are just in your spawn, in your fort, but beneath the tent if you're a blaster or a bucket, and then, you know, what are you going to do about that?
yeah, exactly. I mean, I am a bucket player, so I do like going on the flanks if I can here, and just using those better angles that bucket has. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what comps these two teams bring. I mean, one thing I like about you know, the higher seeds, not all of them, but they do tend to bring more just kind of conventional meta comps, if you like, and I do like seeing just, you know, off-brand stuff every so often. It's definitely fun to watch teams that do that. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if either of these teams kind of have any interesting comps coming out.
Yeah, definitely. Just seeing maybe some more lesser used weapons have the spotlight here on stream, it's always a sight to see. You know, stuff like, say, a nozzle nose or maybe a tent, even though I know the few players that do bring tents out consistently, they are a sight to see. And if we look at the extended map forecast past game one, we have Roboramen and Makomart, and I think these two are also really commonly picked zones. Not Makomart, Roboramen more so than the other.
Yeah, it's definitely a popular pick, and like, I mean, I like it as well, just because it's a bit more open. Let's say you've got quite a few options to get to mid. You have two like very wide flanks onto their side. And you know, I gotta say, as a bucket player, this whole set, this is like a dream set for me for maps wise. I mean, Roboramen and Makomart, they're so good for them. Hagglefish, they're okay as well. Probably not quite as good, but yeah, I mean, Makomart's kind of the same. It's always been popular since it came out in Splatoon 2, and it's quite similar. Why plenty of directions to go at the start, and yeah, that's why a lot of people like it.
Definitely. So we're just waiting maybe a little bit longer for these teams to get their comps finalized here. I mean, I don't want to. I'm not usually the type of person to dive into Sendu pages to potentially see what is to offer. But looking at Dark Blossom here, they potentially sport a tent of their own and also a CRB Custom Rapid Blaster Pro. And there's also the Stamper and the Bucket Pick coming out from potentially coming out from Dark Blossom. So a lot of weapons that can kind of chain together with the amount of chip damage and also just the amount of damage they put in outright, so they can follow up on each other's things. That's the only thing I can say about a potential comp, because I think Basti's a pickup. So I don't think I can predict anything anymore, and I may just be wrong. I may just be lying.
Yeah, maybe so. We'll have to see. Well, with those Dark Blossom players, yeah, I just had a quick look as well. There weren't any backlines, so whether they just have their mains on Sendo Inc. and someone does actually play a backline, but I didn't see any. Having a quick look,
actually, I failed to mention one person, and it's Cindablock on Dark Blossom, who has a wide array of backline options, 2 Eliters, and the cooler kings of Pencil and Headed.
Oh well, there you go. They might have one on. Which team was that? Was that Basti or the other one?
That's Dark Blossom.
Let me refresh the page here. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing that at all. I'm not gonna lie. I'm seeing Bucket 10, another bucket slash swords, and then someone else has like splash, splatter shot, and range blaster. So I
Oh,
guess Sendoink is just lying to one of us.
so yeah. If anyone's a liar, it's the website, apparently. Oh man,
Yeah.
I remember also you. I think we were talking about something of how I think a Splat World Series qualifier was tomorrow. So this is being considered as almost like a pre-tournament for that. You're pre-gaming for something like that. So I think maybe the top teams in particular are just using this as some pretty good practice.
Yeah, it's kind of probably the final chance for a practice in terms of playing a tournament. Maybe maybe some of the kind of stronger teams maybe looking for scrims against other stronger teams just to make sure they get that really solid practice in. But yeah, I wouldn't mind, like, if I was doing that tournament tomorrow, just entering this for tourney practice instead. I mean, you're going to go up against strong teams at some point here anyway, if you do well. I think Frutella are the top seed in this, and I believe they're going to play tomorrow. I think they played last weekend as well, Frutella.
I feel like they did.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was Frutella or just a mix of some of those players together. But yeah, I can see them going for it tomorrow. Splat World Series, I think the last qualifier for the West at least is tomorrow. And then next week is the Splat World Series, so that'll be very exciting. But we are going to finally get into game one in winners round one between these two teams, and there is a pencil. There you go. Ali DeBoss is bringing a pencil out, and both teams have a pencil. But we do see a tent, which you wanted to see, and on the other team we have a Ninja Squid Octobrush as well.
Yeah, getting some brush action on the side of Basti, as well as potentially not potentially, but a junior coming out from Silly Cat. So we're going to see some bomb spam, we're going to see some bubbles coming out, but already first zone cap formerly in the hands of Dark Blossom, but with a immediate flip from both teams, zone is right back into neutral. It's like you were saying, Conro, painting for the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty much been 30. I don't even know if anyone's been splattered yet. Both teams are all up. Out comes the whale from the Gal. And once that whale is out, I'd definitely be expecting this Gal to push forward with it. Only one player down on each team. The brush goes for a flank, but they get spotted by the Gal, who instead of pushing forward just stays back to watch the flank. And they get a nice double now as well. So that wave breaker's come out. Not going to gain too much from it just because there aren't really any teammates to take advantage of it. The brush goes down again. They're on the tent's case on the bottom left of the screen there. The tent does back up though, and Dark Blossom have really taken control early here. They have a big bubbler ready to go as well. All four players kind of around the zone right now, but Basti GHD, they don't have too much to get in, and again the Octobrush goes down.
That brush is not going to be getting in on some of this action right now because Silly Cat has gone in with the big bubbler here. Now it's being popped. They will be able to take out the Gal. The brush is being sent in with the Zipcaster here. I think Basti really needs to get this zone flipped because Dark Blossom is very close to knocking out, and there's that flip that Basti's probably been looking for right now.
Jam gets a up close fight with the decav, and unless they get that direct, they're not going to win that one. So Basti GHD does get a big penalty time on the side of Dark Blossom, but Dark Blossom quite quick to come back in. They were still, they didn't get wiped or anything. The team players stayed alive. They did lose the zone, but they don't really lose too much for it. They just have to play for a bit longer. N is flanking on that Octobrush. Are they going to get anything for us? I see them sharking in the corner. Sneak behind them. They get one. They could get more. Oh, they're so close to getting two. They just can't, but it works out anyway. The teammates pincer on the other side. A couple down. They lose a couple of teammates as well, though. Are they going to be able to flip this zone back at least? The junior does it while the Octobrush brings out that Zipcast, trying to get a pick, just going all the way onto the other side. Oh, I really thought they were going to pick the pencil as they were coming out of spawn, just not able to. But that is the zone back on their side for now.
That range flasher is immediately going down with Dark Blossom bringing out the arsenal with the whale and the 10 shield flying out already. Silly Cat going down and going down as well. The members of Dark Blossom are starting to rush down onto the steps of Basti, Mira, as well as Manu are starting to go in, but now they both go down, I think, to a bomb on the side of Basti. That's two members down on Dark Blossom here. Now is the opportunity to start moving forward. We're already seeing the paint come out for the pencil here. Already ends getting a jump pick onto the decavitator. The tent and the decav have gone down. It's only the pencil here, but they're going down. Same thing with the Gal to the brush hands of N, and now Basti is almost out of their penalty points. They can start counting down. I think N is just really eager to start stretching their hands. The Zipcaster's ready to go. The Wave Breaker is going to be deployed pretty soon here, just now, and the Bubble's also ready to go. The Zipcaster's already flying in here onto the pencil. They do land a pick onto pencil here. Dark Blossom has 3 specials ready to go to strike back, and I think they're deploying them all now. Silly Cat going down to the Trizuka. The Bubble's coming out, the Whale's coming out, and that allows Dark Blossom to get a wipeout.
Wow, what a close game one we're seeing here. Basti GHD doing a good job of getting the zone back and finally being able to lock out a bit themselves. The Zipcast, I do like how this brush really seems to be focusing the pencil. I mean, the pencil got taken down at some point, and then the Zipcast immediately goes back into their spawn to take them out. I think Azuka on Dark Blossom's side was able to kind of wipe them out eventually. But yeah, I do like it. And they're getting the jump punishes as well. But I think this is going to be game 1 to Dark Blossom, who have done a better job of locking out. That is game 1 going to Dark Blossom.
But I definitely do want to commend Basti's work here on trying to at least level out the storm that Dark Blossom is bringing here. Their comp is extreme. It's kind of a mix-up here. They have the tools to be really, really defensive if need be. You know, they have things like Tent, they have things like Gal, and they have, and even Decavitator in its own right can be really good defensively as well. But then when the tide shifts and when they start to pick up the pace, they move in fast.
Yeah, they definitely do. It's an interesting comp. As I said, I was hoping these things would bring some interesting stuff, and they both definitely have. I don't think I've ever seen like a junior, a brush, and a range blaster together with a pencil. But it can definitely work. I mean, with the bombs, they've got so much paint. They've got a brush with Ninja Squid that can, you know, I mean, it doesn't need ink anyway to run around. It can just run around and cause havoc for the other team, as we saw there. And plenty of chip damage as well with the range blaster and all those bombs coming out. But Dark Blossom, they seem to know kind of just when to push as a team and when to sit back. I don't think they ever got wiped. They got wiped once, and that was when Basti GHD was able to actually push in. But when they had Basti locked out, they might have lost a couple of players, but then the last 2 would kind of, you know, back up, play defensive, especially the Tent, because the Tent is so difficult to get rid of with that shield. So, you know, it just backs up with the pencil, probably gives the other 2 jumps back in. And I think that was why they were able to hold the zone for, you know, as long as they did.
I think one thing you also mentioned, at least on the side of Basti, their brush end, they did have that Ninja Squid, but I think Dark Blossom already has an answer for that in the Whales coming out from the 52 Gal here that will, assuming you do lock onto it, you'll at least have a idea of where the brush is. You could potentially deal some bonus chip damage for the rest of your teammates, like, say, the Decav or the Tent, or especially the Pencil can follow up on here, so at least they have something to deal with a potential rat in their basement. As we enter game number 2, which was, of course, Robo Ramen.
Yeah, Robo Ramen on the way. I wonder if we'll see any changes in the comps here, if anyone will switch off. Probably, I mean, Dark Blossom seemed quite confident in what they were playing. I do like that comp at 10, 52, Decav and Pencil, and I can definitely see that working here. Decav is like, it's such a scary weapon to go up against Decav. I just feel like I'm going to lose to it every time because they just lunge at you and you're probably dead.
I mean,
okay, we see a custom blaster.
That's true. Yeah, they switch from range to custom blaster. It does have that splash on, and they're switching from the Zipcaster Octobrush to the Kraken Octobrush here. And I feel like that's also going to be a really interesting thing because Kraken demands a lot of space and a lot of presence. So if N can just get in there, they can probably cause a little bit of havoc on their own. As we go see them, they're eyeing tunnel. They are on the flank here. They are able to get rid of, I think that's the Gal. And there's the Kraken coming out, pushing up into elbow to once again lock down that Pencil.
Yeah, really nice work focusing on the Pencil there. They were able to jump out. They were called as well. But yeah, I do like that pick. When you're up against a Gal with a wall, a Decav with a shield bubble, and a Tent, which just has a built-in shield. You know, Kraken, I mean, you don't get splattered when you're in Kraken, so there's something for them at least. And they can just go straight through a lot of those shields that Dark Blossom are using. But Dark Blossom are back in control pretty quickly. The Zuka comes out, not able to get anything. But it's on Basti GHG to regroup and come back in here. The caller is out. Someone is really being aggressive for Dark Blossom. They're the decav, but they go down. So there might be a chance here to come back in. Jam with the splashdown might get one, and they do. Surely this is going to be a zone flip, and Jam on the custom blaster is going for more help from the Kraken as well. And they do lose the decav again on the jump back. So Basti have turned this one around, and yeah, they're in the zone, in control of the zone.
Oh, definitely so, and I think they're also controlling these picks very effectively, ensuring either to isolate the 1v1s here, or ensure that none of these 1v1s are fair, and N is on the flank. Oh, they're being targeted by the whales here! That's what I was saying, that's that counter that Dark Blossom already had on a sharking weapon, like the brush, but then here comes N, immediately taking out that decav before anything could happen, but now Zoe's firing off with the Trizuka here. It's displacing it, there's 3 members down on Basti GHG, and now I think Dark Blossom is eager to start moving in. Zoe's trying to move in, they go down. I think Mir's also going in as well. They go down as well. There's 2 members down on Dark Blossom. But is anyone from Basti GHG there to take the space? And N is already out for the pencil, but they get called out by Manu, I'm pretty sure. But that will allow at least Basti GHG to be back in control of the zone. It's a 1-point differential now, Conroe.
It is Basti GHG just not able to take the lead, but they're still, Dark Blossom still losing players. They're 3 down now. Yeah, N was back in first, and they kind of ignored the zone for their teammates just to try and get the jumps. And honestly, even though it didn't work, I do like that play, because this team, I think they've noticed Dark Blossom. They're going down well collared, and they're probably just jumping straight back to the backline. So I do like that when players just try and rush that down, especially a brush, because a brush is able to do that quite easy with running through the enemy ink. So Basti GHD do take the lead. They had control for long enough there. 27. It's not a big lead. Dark Blossom have already taken the zone back, and they're already through their penalty time. And unfortunately, Basti GHD have lost the pencil, and a smart jump out there from the decav, and the Kraken is not able to start up before getting taken down. So I think this might be a zone flip, or will it? 2 players down now for Dark Blossom, but I think they're still just managing it. Nice bubble from the decav here on the corner. But they get taken out by a bomb thrown against that. I think they just stepped out. Are Basti going to be able to come back in?
Will they do it? There's 10 ticks left for Dark Blossom. The Kraken has arrived here. Do they have the follow-up from the rest of the team? Zone has gone into neutral here. It is dead neck here. And with a splashdown from Jam, Basti GHG will be able to flip the zone. 57 penalty points go to Dark Blossom. They are back in control, but it will allow Basti GHG to at least have a little bit more time left in the fight here. We're almost at 1 minute left in the game. Jam is already seeking refuge into the tunnel of Robo Ramen. They're calling forth N for the flank potential here, but right now Dark Blossom is eyeing Basti's elbow with intent. They're already getting rid of Silly Cat and are aiming for Pro Gamer. The pencil is down, but there's 3 members down on Dark Blossom. It's only Mira left, and in a 2v1, they're going down. Less than 1 minute left now for Basti GHG to knock it out.
Oh my goodness, Jam on the custom blaster, the first splashdown just to keep the game going in desperation, and another splashdown takes out 2 members of Dark Blossom. It was almost a wipeout. Someone stayed alive. This could be another one down as well. Basti GHG are in control. They're about to get rid of the penalty time. The pencil was the only one staying alive there. The tent is now back in. Are they going to try? They might not have to push this as hard as they have been. N on the brush just needs to shark somewhere. The Gal has dropped to fight them. It's going to be the Gal versus the brush, and the Gal wins that. 5 points on the ticker, and the zone flips before Basti GHD can finish it. And they are now 2 players down with 10 seconds left. I'm not sure if they're going to get this zone back now. Dark Blossom look like they're going to take it. And they do. They almost actually got back in there with a bubble, but just lost too many players. Yeah, they didn't really have a choice there. They had to push the left elbow for Dark Blossom. But I think by the time they could get there, all 4 players were back, and they just didn't really have anything that was able to push that. So Dark Blossom takes this set 2-0.
No need to head to Mako Mart here, because Dark Blossom shops their way to the victory here. But that was deadly close between both of these teams. I mean, they are evenly seeded against each other here. I think we saw probably Basti GHG at, I don't want to say their pinnacle, but at least like they were upping the ante ever, like so much here. They were constantly sending those more aggressive weapons, specifically the brush and the blaster, to deal with with the priority targets in mind. Players like the pencil here, as well as also that decavitator rotator. That way they can't get that bubble onto zone here. But I think within those last couple of seconds before overtime started, when zone was in neutral here, I kid you not, I feel like the MVP of that was the tent shield. It was painting a large strip of paint, like while it was sent out.
Yeah, that is something people tend to forget. Yeah, tent. When you send it out, it's also just painting everywhere that canopy goes, and it can be pretty big for zone flips because it's quite slow moving, but it's a lot of paint if it's able to get it all out, and it does take a while to destroy a tent if the other team does want to do that, but they probably don't want to be honest. They probably want to be focusing their shots somewhere else, either taking out the opponents or painting different parts of the zone. So yeah, the tent is very good for that, and it did work for Dark Blossom in that set, so they will be moving on. We do have a round 2 lined up already, so I guess we'll just go to a quick break and we'll be back pretty soon to start that one up. So thanks everyone for watching, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And we're back with more Triton Cup 108 for for those just tuning into stream. I'm Frostix. I'm joined by Conro, and we've entered now round 2 of the winners bracket here, mostly where everyone is at because there were only 2 round run matches here, and we have Wiggly Wobbly versus Lucarika.
Yes, we do, and I'm looking forward to seeing if I can get that name right for this entire set without messing it up ever. But yes, we do have Wiggly Wobbly versus Lucarika. So we had 2 teams that seeding-wise were quite close to each other in round 1, and we've gone to another game. This is the 16th and the 17th seeds. So in theory, ability-wise, they'll be very similar to each other, which we did see in the last set. It was 2-0, but both games were very close, and we'd love to see much of the same here. And it is again going to be a best of 3, and I think this one is starting on Umami Ruins.
So Umami Zones, of course, characterized by its dual zone nature. I think it's one of the only maps within tournament use that has 2 zones, and we don't even need to start analyzing things. Let's just dive straight into the action.
Yeah, straight in. So I think Wiggly Wobbly just added acing before this set started, so maybe having some roster issues. So acing sounds like it looks like they're an emergency sub, but of course they are on the Lunar Blast, so they have a splash, a pencil, and a stamper as well. So 3 pretty aggressive weapons there. And the other team has an ink brush along with a pencil and a stamper as well, and a slosher, which does go down. And now the stamper goes down as well, so it's 4v2. And it is Wiggly Wobbly that gets the big advantage here. I mean, the pencil's the last one alive, and they weren't able to get the caller out. They do have it ready, but Wiggly Wobbly are immediately going to attack their side here and have the first real control in this game.
Yeah, you were saying that Wiggly Wobbly's sporting those aggressive weapons, and they're making good use of it. You saw that pencil or not the pencil, but the splash trying to take control of the dome. That's something that is very, very important when you're trying to do a lockout on Umami Ruins. But now, with the Stamper and the Luna going down, this could be the time for Lucarika to start moving in. Already 1 zone going to them. The whales are coming out, but the brush has gone down. Same thing with the Luna. The splash has a crab ready to go, but they just won't be able to get it off yet because the strikes come out as well. Really solid stagger right now, at least from Lucarika here, but they need to get this zone flip right now because I think if Wiggly Wobbly gets this right back, they'll start counting down once more. The crab comes out from the splash. Displacement could potentially is going to come out. We still don't have someone hard control in zone, but as soon as I say that, Wiggly Wobbly takes it right back.
Honestly, really good work from the splash there. We had their point of view for a while, and they just stayed alive constantly top mid, basically kind of stalling out the zones against Lucarika, so they weren't able to take them. Now, Wiggly Wobbly have gone 2 players down here, but I think that was with Cooler, so I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get in. The Luna goes down. They've taken control of 1 zone. The splash is still top mid, just holding out at least 1 zone to keep Lucarika from taking full control, which means Wiggly Wobbly are not getting a penalty time at all. They lose the Stamper. Are they going to lose the Luna? It's a close fight here at the top between the Slosher and the Luna Blaster, but I think the Luna won out there. They are still alive, and it's just the Stamper now for Lucarika to try and hold this until their teammates come back in. Otherwise, this is going to be a pretty quick game 1.
Oh no, here we're finally at the last 10 ticks. 1 zone is going in the hands of Lucarika right now. The bucket's gone down. Riki's trying to contest acing, but no, both the brush and the stamper are down. It's only the pencil left here, and I think they're already starting to get chased down. At least they do get, I think, potentially the Luna, but that is not enough time because Wiggly Wobbly will take that first game in a knockout.
Wow, yeah, that was fairly quick. I mean, it was about 2.5 minutes there with no points on the board at all for Lucarika. It definitely looked like they could have taken the zones, but yeah, as I said, when they had players down trying to come back in from the lockout, the Splash-O-Matic on Wiggly Wobbly's side just kind of stayed top mid for so long, making sure both zones stayed painted enough so that Lucarika wouldn't control both zones. You need both to get that penalty time on and to take control, and they were never able to do that. And by the looks of it, there were some pretty effective callers coming out for Wiggly Wobbly as well, because I mean, they were always able to just get straight back in. Acing would just jump back in with the Luna, and of course, what are they going to do with the Luna? They're just going to run at them, and if you're not looking out for the Luna, they're going to get pigs. And I think that's what happened a lot to Lucarika there. They were just constantly getting staggered, and they never had everyone alive to take back the zones.
Definitely. When you just have these aggressive weapons right up in your face here, when you just have a Stamper, the Splash controlling the dome, and especially a Luna cheesing out your ledges here, it'll be hard to break out of your spawn. I think, like, um, how do I say this? I think Umami is like one of those zones maps in which once a team takes control of a certain part of the map here, it kind of becomes a little bit hard to break out here. Other maps I feel like are like that, like Robo Ramen. I definitely feel like that. Hagglefish, which is our potential game three, and I think like those three, I kind of feel like they're the lock them out of elbow type maps, if you ask me. But we're going into game two here. You were talking about unorthodox weapons before our first set. Talk about unorthodox maps. Welcome to Zoned on Brine Water. This is Wiggly Wobbly's pick.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting zones map. You don't see it too often. I will say if we get a situation similar to last game, I would expect Lucarika to take the zone back on this one because they only have one to worry about. No weapon changes from Wiggly Wobbly. There is one on Lucarika. They're bringing a T-Tech, which I'm assuming that's going to be a bit of a strike spam. They actually have two weapons now with tri-strikes because they already had the slosher. So, I mean, tri-strikes here definitely popular. They can flip the zone over quite quickly. Acing on that Luna, of course, running straight at them, but they do back off. But it is Wiggly Wobbly that take the zone first at least, or at least second, but they are immediately in the lead. Marvel on the Stamper trying to get a pick, and they do. So yeah, it's more of the same. The BR bomb coming out now. Acing is ready to go in with that BR bomb as well. Meanwhile, another player has got behind them. The Bucket is just trying to make something happen, but they go down as well. Very staggered a bit all over the place, I feel like, for Lucarika so far.
Definitely. Acing trying to get that hammer out. They won't get that out, but at least the brush is going down. At least that's furthering the stagger for Wiggly Wobbly. The strike strikes are coming out from Riki at least, and then from Luis. The Hexa Strike Cup is real. Acing's going down. The zone has been flipped. Arya has gone down as well. I think we're seeing the tent diving into the pits to take care of business, but that player's jumping out. They're already starting to farm the strikes for another set already, and we're seeing them fire off onto the court side of Wiggly Wobbly. I think that's a Booyah Bomb being charged by the Stamper, and Acing is on the flank. They have the hammer ready to go. Do they realize the Luna is there because the hammer is out and Acing is out for blood?
They are three go down somewhere for Lucarika there. They do manage to. Lewis is still alive on the slosher, but they go down as well. So Wiggly Wobbly are able to flip the zone. I will say this map does tend to be quite kind of easy for lockouts. So, you know, this map especially, definitely not done until you actually KO all the time runs out. So Wiggly Wobbly are in control, I believe, for now. But yeah, those tri-strikes, I think they just punished some super jumps there, which is going to be a decent strat for Lucarika trying to come back in here because, you know, they're always jumping back in. I think they've recognized that, and tri-strikes are just a very good special to deal with that. Now Lucarika do have control of the zone, I think, and they're almost taking the lead. The BR bomb coming in now, trying to flip it, but they've lost their pencil, I think. They've just got to keep the zone, but they don't. I'm not sure what happened there. Either they just kind of lost focus on it, but Wiggly Wobbly able to get the penalty time back on.
Yeah, and we're seeing them at least trying to hold things down. They're trying to fire it off. At least Luis has the strikes ready to go. That T-Tech is almost at it, and now all 6 strikes are ready to fly, both on the zone and on Wiggly Wobbly's court side here. I think they're staggering them really effectively here. Both teams are within the 30 threshold here. I think they're starting to call out where Acing is in the pits, and they're trying to challenge it. Oh, that's not Acing, but the Stamper at least challenging them to the 2v1. They are still in control. They are almost out of their penalty points, but a Booyah Bomb's being charged by the Stamper. The T-Tech has gone down. The Crab is coming out from the splash, and Zone has gone into neutral here. It's almost in control of Wiggly Wobbly, and there it is.
Lucarika are getting so close every time, but they're just not able to do it. The T-Tech kind of went straight into where Acing was on that push, so Acing just said, thank you very much, took them out, and I'll go back in after that. And now Acing is pressuring their plat, just not able to get a pick, but they do jump down and stay safe. and Wiggly Wobbly, the caller, is out now as well, so I'm expecting a lot of aggression here. Ancient gets the Stamper out, the Ultra Stamp out, sorry, trying to get a pick on top left, but they just jump to dodge out of the way, and out come the triple link strikes. Are they going to be able to flip this back? Ancient just about able to stay alive, and now 2 down for Lucarika, so this could be the game, unless they do something fast. It could be it. They've almost lost everyone there.
Yeah, definitely. There's 2 down. The pencil and the bucket here. 3, 2, 1. And that spells the end, unfortunately, for Lucarika, because Wiggly Wobbly takes them out 2-0 in the set win.
Very solid play again from Wiggly Wobbly. A little bit closer than Umami Ruins for sure. I feel like there were points in that game where Lucarika definitely could have got the lead at least. I feel like there were points where just no one was really trying to maintain the zone. Maybe there was a player on Wiggly Wobbly's team kind of pressuring them, so they weren't able to do that. But from a bird's eye view at least, and seeing who was still alive, it looked like they could have held the zone. But yeah, solid work from Wiggly Wobbly again. They looked much more confident than Lucarika, I'd say, on lockout. They seemed to have the call already whenever they were locking out. And Lucarika, I think there was just a little bit of feeding when they were trying to push, just kind of swimming into death, let's say. But I mean, not a bad effort at all. It was definitely a close game, that one.
Pretty close, at least on the end, for Lucarika. They had a pretty strong hold going in, especially once they started once they had got that special rotation locked down to a T. Once they can cycle all 6 of their strikes, that can cover both zone as well as extend those tri-strike range up to at least spawn. And then if they're in a good position, they can just put a Hexa Strike down on top of them when Wiggly Wobbly's respawning. But then next thing you know, Wiggly Wobbly responds with the aggression whenever those key specials are kind of out for the moment here, and then they just start rushing them down, leaving them guessing on where, say, the Stamper or where the Luna will be here. And next thing you know, they are all over the place like that one time, and then they get the zone, and then they start counting it down and keeping that hold, which is what they did. No need to head to Hagglefish Market here. That is round 2 on stream finish, and Wiggly Wobbly, much like the winners of last set here, have their work cut out for them because they're going up against Frutella.
Oh, well, yeah, that'll be a tough game for them. Definitely, that is the top seed for this tournament, Frutella. And I believe it's already come up what the next game is. I'm guessing we'll just go to a quick break, but we probably won't be long before the next one. So, I'm being told they're ready, so no break. We will continue into winners round 3. Which is, Hello versus Resurgence for this one. 7th seed versus 23rd.
Oh, that is true. We're getting word from the voices in my head that are the second team here, Resurgence here. They pulled a insane upset here. They beat the 10th seed as the 23rd seed. So definitely look out for Resurgence within this now best of 5 set here as we open on Barnacle and Dime.
Yeah, we're moving to best of 5 sets now from winners round 3. Barnacle and Dime. Quite a popular zones choice. I'm a big fan of this one as well. I mean, it's a bucket man. What can I say? But yeah, I do like. I do like this map. I will say it's not fun being locked out here, though. It's again, I feel like it's quite a lockout heavy map if they're able to, progress enough to basically take control of the other team's stack or snipe, whichever one. I feel like both. I feel like both names can be used for the area I'm talking about. But if they're able to get set up, they're probably on a wipeout. Then it can be very difficult to move them, especially if they've got stuff like a crab tank or even just a backline. A backline can probably sit there and just kind of focus on all the areas where they might be able to come out of spawn. But in general, I do like this map quite a lot, Barnacle.
Oh yeah, I think I forgot to mention Barnacle as being part of those lockout zones maps. In my opinion, like you were saying, if they can at least control stack, the mid stack, it allows them to play within the enemy team's court. And next thing you know, you have another lockout in your hand. So make sure that you can contest not that stack firsthand. That way, at least the tempo of the match can shift in your favor. Looking at the extended forecast for the rest of the set, we have Crab Leg Capital, Game 2, Inkblot Academy, Game 3, and we're seeing two familiar faces, Hagglefish and Roboramen for 4 and 5, if need be.
Yeah, I kind of like the variety in the maps this set. I mean, we're seeing we're going to see three maps we haven't seen yet. We have seen Hagglefish and Roboramen already, but Barnacle, Crableg, and Inkblot, I feel like they all play quite differently. And I don't think any of them are like, bad maps. Inkblot is probably the most disliked out of all of them, but I don't mind Inkblot at all. So we might see some comp changes across these. Crableg especially, I feel like that might be one where people might change what they bring with all of those greats everywhere. But we are going to get into game one between Hello and Resurgence. Resurgence coming off a upset in the previous round, beating the 10th seed. They're going up against an even stronger seed now, so let's see what they bring to the table. Oh, these are some aggressive comps coming out. There is a pencil on Hello, but it's pretty much all front lines, one being a zap from Resurgence. So let's see what they do with that.
Resurgence sporting a backlist comp here, sporting Luna, Machine, and Frozen Pro. Already that Machine is going down first, as Hello will get the first cap. We're seeing Sam fire off with the Crab Tank, providing more displacement for the rest of Hello as they start pushing in. I think Zunox, as well as the S-Blast, are already up on the stack, but the Luna has something to say about it, being able to get rid of Zunox and Cat. Now the Luna is moving in, but they get called out by the Splash, but now Resurgence will get the flip and the shift as they are already moving up into courts like they're a bunch of lawyers.
Well, yeah, I've got to say, I'm a big fan of this comp. Machine, I mean, I like the Machine, but we don't really see it much anymore. It's been kind of outclassed by a lot of stuff, but they're bringing it. I mean, I do like, they got a zap for paint. Luna's going to take advantage of that paint with Ninja Squid. And the Frozen Pro, yeah, as you said, it's seeing quite a lot of use. It's got a really good kit, one of the newer weapons, and we have seen it played. And for this team, it's just dealing with, well, a lot of the longer range. It's probably the longest range weapon they have. So yeah, the Pro is going to have to deal with the longer stuff. But the Decaf now on the other team, oh wow, that is devastating. They lost 3 players there. The Zipcast gets 1, but it's not going to matter too much. That is a wipeout, and Hello have actually set up this lockout here. In fact, the Crab Tank is going to come out on a very ideal spot for Hello.
Definitely, they have a vantage point of the entirety of court, as well as Resurgence's stack. Already 2 members going down. I think they were cooler, at least the cooler's coming out now from the NZAP. The missiles are coming out from the Frozen Pro. Already, the Splash is trying to run off. The S-Blast is getting picked off here, but Hello is deadly close to knocking it out. They're going to be approaching single digits soon, and with Nelkio as well as the Frozen Pro down here, this is all up to this Booyah Bomb to flip the zone. Will it go into neutral? Yes, it will. Does Resurgence have the follow-up necessary though? No, they don't here. I think they were definitely relying on that Booyah Bomb, but of course, with every zone flipping special, you at least have to have that follow-up as well. And I don't, unfortunately, I think the time was stretched too thin for Resurgence to get that back, because Hello is getting that first win.
Yeah, they were so close to getting it back there, even before the BR bomb. I think by the time that came out, they were losing players, but there was a moment before that where, they had the caller, they had the missiles, and the Splash-O-Matic on Hello just doing a really good job there. They had a really important fight there against the NZAP on that alleyway. The NZAP tried to take them on, and the Splash just won out. I think they almost got taken down themselves, but it wasn't a trade. They stayed alive. And yeah, Resurgence not quite able to regroup to do that. It was very close. They had a really good start there. I mean, that was pretty much a wipeout, I think. And then even on the when they had control for a bit, they still got a couple of picks. But when it started falling apart, it fell apart pretty hard. The Splash-O-Matic was able to get top left, and that's pretty much what I meant by that map, just on lockout. If you have a Crab Tank in a position like that, especially when you've got no backlines or anything to deal with them, it can be very difficult to deal with.
Very difficult indeed. And not only is that Crab set up in a really advantageous spot, you have these skirmishing weapons like the Decavitator and the S-Blast here. Decav's just waiting on the drop here, and then that S-Blast is pressuring the ledge for that drop here. So it's like they're just funneling the members of Resurgence into the Lang jaws of Hello's skirmishers. That's a really good spot to play in if you're a blaster or if you're a Decav in particular. And also, something I'd of course like to mention here. All of Hello's weapons, they really combo well into each other here. An S blast, like a single shot from from the S blast, can combo with a charge slash from the decapitator, or the like the burst bomb from both the S blast and the splash-o-matic. Same thing with the crab shots from that S blast, as well as the pencil. They all tie in really well together in order to maybe chip and just whittle down the members of Resurgence.
Yeah, definitely. Just so much chip damage coming out from this comp, and that was another thing, just making it so difficult for Resurgence to deal with. I mean, they have a fair bit of chip themselves. I think the Luna, actually, they weren't using the Fizzy Bomb kit, were they? They had the Zipcast one, but the machine had Fizzy Bomb as well. So yeah, we'll see if anything changes here. Will they bring anything out on Crableg? Yeah, they do, actually. They bring out a range blaster. I kind of like that pick. I was actually thinking in my head, like, maybe they'll go to a range blaster here rather than Luna on this map, because it's just a little bit nicer with the range, especially with people just hanging out on the grates, and it's, you know, it can hit things quite easily there. Hello staying with the same comp, I believe, the S-Blast, and it's working for them already. 3 down there for Resurgence, so they are going to take control of the map first. They have the cooler ready to go as well. Resurgence did, but I think they've already used it and they're coming back in. But yeah, Hello take control first here.
Yeah, already we need to see Resurgence start popping out with some really crucial specials. The Wavebreaker's coming out first, followed by the Tri-Strikes from the bucket here. And now the members of Resurgence are funneling into zone. They will get 2 members down, the S-Blast and the Splash here. Already they flip the zone. Zunox is it deep in enemy territory. They will get called out, but at least before they get rid of the Frozen Pro, no missiles just yet. But right now Resurgence is right back into the heat of battle. We see the Crab firing off. They will be able to get rid of Tony here, but there is no S-Blast. But this Crab is on a hot streak, getting rid of the bucket as well. I think that's 3 down on the side of Resurgence here, and that Frozen Pro is forced to jump out here, but they at least have missiles for a potential retake as Resurgence is starting to regroup and get ready for what's to come.
Yeah, the missiles from the Frozen Pro do come out. The decav puts the shield up in a really ideal spot, so it's going to be hard to get rid of them. They're all trying to push top left at the moment. Hello, they lose the decav and they lose the S-Blast, so they've lost their 2, you know, most aggressive weapons when it comes to picks. The pencil actually gets a nice pick before jumping out, so Resurgence have actually lost 2 players there. They were able to flip the zone at least. The S-Blast is definitely going to get a pick on the Zap there, and they're going for more now. 2, not another one though, and it's a nice kind of counter from Resurgence because they get 2 on the way back despite the S-Blast's work, and they are going to flip the zone. Close game so far. They almost get the pen here. Nice direct on the pencil, and that's a huge pick. 2 down. I don't think that pencil was able to get a cooler out.
The good cooler negation from Resurgence, ensuring that Hello isn't hydrated. But here's the cooler now on the side of Resurgence. They are hydrated here. Already that S-Blast is, not the S-Blast, but the Range Blaster is going down to the pencil. The lead does switch into Resurgence's favor right before Hello flips it right back. The lead is deadly close for Hello to take back here. They only have around 20 penalty points to go through before they can get that 41 lead back, because already they're starting to be pushed up here. These blasters are trying to duel right now, but the S-Blast is going down to Nelkio's Slosher here. The zone has gone into neutral. It's right back in the hands of Hello right now. There's no range blaster here, but the bucket does jump right back to the welcoming hands of the Tactic Cooler before getting picked off here. But now Hello is almost out of their penalty points here, and the members of Resurgence are starting to drop potentially like flies, because I think Hello is going to start taking this lead back, and there it is.
Wow, that counter was so fast. It looked like Hello was still kind of on the back foot there, but they got the picks and they just immediately pushed up. I think they were cooler as well, which definitely helped. The strike's coming out. That's going to surely pick off the S-Blast, and it does. 2 players down. That timer is ticking. They have to get to mid fast. I mean, it's a pencil and a splash. That's still quite a lot of paint to beat. They have to get to that zone. It moves to 3, but they've lost 2. No, sorry, Hello have lost 2 players, so they do get the zone back, and they are on the attack now. How quick are they going to be to get top left here? They do have players out up there. Do they have any specials, though? They don't really have too many specials in terms of, like, just claiming the top left space. You know, the other team, they've got B-Up Bomb, they've got Crab Tank and Big Bubbler, which are all specials. You know, someone could go on this area of the map that we're seeing now. But Resurgence doesn't really have too much like that. They just have to do it with their mains. The range almost getting something, but the decav drops down and punishes, and they're coming back in with Cooler now. Resurgence are going to struggle to hold on to that zone, and they lose it again.
but they at least get a lot of points on the board. 23 from that previous 43 is nothing to scoff at here. Now we see another retake in the hands of Resurgence with the missiles flying out. There's 50 seconds left for Resurgence to once again get a knockout, and that Frozen Pro is the first to go down to this S-Blast, who's cheesing out these ledges like no tomorrow here. And Hello is almost out of the penalty here. Once again, they're going to be able to get rid of Still here. Now they are within knockout range here. The Tri-Strikes do fly out from the bucket, but that's not enough to stop Hello to get this from getting the knockout, which puts Hello now at match point.
Yeah, good work from Hello again, just showing why they're one of the higher seeds for this tournament. They just seem like quite well coordinated. You know, things don't always go their way. You know, they lost a pencil at a crucial moment when they weren't able to get their caller out, but they just know how to recover as a team, and that they're probably aware of the other team's comp as well, and aware of the fact that they can't push top left too hard with what they have in terms of specials, at least. So, you know, as long as they're careful around the ledges when they're up against a bucket and a range blaster, which do work well together. That is something I missed at the start. Resurgence actually switched from a machine to a bucket, which is definitely the most popular of the sloshers competitively. It's a lot faster, of course, and it has a really good kit. So I can understand that switch, and it seemed to go better for Resurgence there, but just not able to cross that hurdle to a win against Hello. So they're 2-0 down now, and they need a reverse sweep to take this one.
They need to win all 3 maps from here on out here. And already we're starting on a little bit of a decisive one, which will be zones on Inkblot. So of course, the key defining feature of Inkblot zones is the jutting stack in the middle of the zone here. It almost makes it seem like Inkblot is a 2 zones map, just because of how that mid stack splits the zone in 2.
Yeah, it's a very big zone. It can take a while to flip it, which is going to be important here. And I do love seeing what players do at the start of this of games on this map, because I feel like there are so many options. You know, you can go for a hard left flank where you just drop left on that area out of spawn. Is anyone just going to rush top mid at the start and like try and rush onto the other team's plat? You know, players can do that as well. So yeah, I do like seeing what teams do at the start. You know, I've had teams where everyone just kind of rushes left, literally like 3 players just rush left and try and get to the other team's side. You know, in zones as well, just to try and take them out before they can even get in. But it is match point for Hello. I can't see them changing anything here, and they don't. They're staying with their comp. Is Resurgence changing anything? Okay, a new combo. They're going back to the Luna, and now it is with the bucket. And I mean, the bucket, I said it last game, but I think it combos really well with any of these blasters. So, you know, I understand that pick, and let's see how it works for them.
Yeah, I think the switch to Luna could potentially work well. I think at least this is a lot more of a Zipcaster friendly map here, and if they can get those priority targets during the Zip, it could be good, because right now Resurgence has 2 members down here, but now, yeah, Resurgence does have 2 members down. Hello was 2 members down earlier here. It's an all-out brawl, but Hello is the one counting down. I think Resurgence is starting to at least keep up the pace as zone goes into neutral, and they flip it in their presence, but right now, Hello, they have a really good push to start off with. 74 at the start of the match is nothing to scoff at here, but right now Resurgence is upping the ante with the arsenal, and they're already moving in. The decav goes down. I think this bucket is trying to at least cheese out the ledges before jumping back. The cooler's ready to go, and their lead is now established.
Yeah, really nice work from Resurgence there. Oh, huge bomb kill as well. But yeah, this Tri-Strike and the missiles came out, and Nelkio just making sure they push in with that and get a pick. And that's definitely what I want to see more from Resurgence, just using those specials and going in with them. But the decav has been able to set up on the left side of zone, and they've almost flipped it here. 2 players down now for Resurgence, but they're doing a pretty good job of just holding, but they finally give it up. And now are these players going to stay alive for the whole team to come back in? They're struggling. I mean, it's 3v3. They're doing a pretty good job here. The Luna's able to get in with the Ninja Squid. Okay, the player was still, but they go down. So we'll, no DCs. So it did look a bit odd, but they're still going. And now the Luna is pushing their side. So yeah, this comp pick so far is definitely working for Resurgence, and maybe the map's in their favor as well.
allows them to play a lot more aggressively here, and I think they're giving Hello a taste of their own medicine, which is definitely interesting to see. But right now, the bucket's going down, the Frozen Pro's going down before it can fire off the missiles. It's only the Luna as well as the NZAP left, while Resurgence waits for reinforcements, because right now, Hello is right back in control of the zone. I think that was a double burst that I saw there here. Nelkio's going down. There's 3 members down. We're seeing a little bit of instant transmission going on right now, but Hello is now out of their penalty points here. They should potentially be able to at least catch up to Resurgence's 49 if they can get a stagger going on, because look, they will be able to get rid of the Pro at least. They're entering the 40 threshold, and they do take the lead.
Yeah, they do, and this is the moment in the game where it's been a common theme. This is where Resurgence kind of struggles, just because Hello have, they have the more conventional comp, they have the pencil with all that range. They're doing their best to get back in, though. The decav, it wasn't the decav, it was the S-Blast that goes down, but the counter is ticking. Only 2 players alive now for Hello, but it is the 2 painters. The splash goes down as well, so it's just the pen, and surely now they're going to flip the zone, and they do have players up right now, so I'd expect these front lines to really push their side. The Luna trying to get something under that plat, and yeah, the teammates do follow up and they take out the decav. At least the zipcast ready to go any moment now. Here it is. Are they going to use it on this pen to try and move them? They are going to get onto the other side. It's going to make everyone look at them, and they get the pen. It's a pretty big trade there. They were cooled as well, so that's not a bad trade at all for the Luna.
Definitely, it's staggering Hello even more. The Booyah Bomb is coming out at least from the Stamper, but it does get covered mostly. But now Hello is starting to make their move onto zone. They immediately flip it back here, not allowing Resurgence to take their lead back just yet. But meanwhile, here in the tree, we're seeing the Pro getting rid of Zunox. They have the missiles charged, firing off at least 2 members of Hello. Now we're just waiting for more Resurgence reinforcements to arrive. We're seeing the Zap get onto the scene. I think the Luna as well as the Bucket are now on the scene as well. They're being contested by the S-Blast as well as the Decapitator, but Zonox has gone down. I think they're trying to move onto the S-Blast. They will get the pick onto the S-Blast. We're going to be 1 minute left in the match shortly. Sam's going down as well, and Resurgence are just taking these fights very, very smartly right now.
That was a really good sequence of events for Resurgence, but they have a big penalty time to get rid of, and now's the time to do it. They got pick after pick, and I think the S-Blast jumped out, so basically everyone coming back from spawn for Hello, but they have a Crab Tank and a BR Bomb, and Resurgence are going to have to deal with that. Down goes the Crab Tank, though. I'm not sure where that was from, but suddenly they've lost 3 players. It's just the decav with Big Bubbler ready, but I think this is going to be the flip, and it's very close to being the game.
Oh, there it is. Here's the lead switch for Resurgence here. The Tri-Strikes come out. Zunox is trying to make an effort here, but I think they don't have enough time because Resurgence are still in the set as they get the knockout on Hello. Resurgence is not going down without a fight.
No, they are not. And in that game, we saw a little more of why they probably won the round before this. Winners round 2. When a comp like this gets going and plays to its strengths, it can be difficult to deal with. No backline, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to them if they get the picks, if they have that Luna kind of sharking around the plat and getting the picks they need to, and using that zipcast quite effectively as well. We saw a really good trade on the pencil. I don't think the pencil was cooler, but the Luna definitely was. So, that's massive at that part in the game. They had control of the zone at that point, but not the lead. So that's what they were going for then. So, yeah, well, step 1 of the reverse sweep is done. And yeah, with 2 sets, it's a big Luna day today. We saw a Luna last set do some work, and we're seeing some work here from another one.
I think maybe I think Tony would still love to play on a map like Hagglefish here. I think they just need to really up the ante on their aggression even further, especially on a map like Hagglefish. They need to beat Hello at their own game, play even faster here, take these picks, and make sure they can at least constantly be coolered off. That way, at least if they do get traded, they'll be back in the fight quickly.
Yeah, definitely. Hagglefish, a zone we've already seen. Now, I feel like with the comps we've been seeing, I feel like this is definitely in favor of Hello from what we've seen. I feel like this map there's a lot of good points for Crab Tank and Pencil, mainly for coming back in, not so much for locking out. But I feel like if Resurgence go down, like as in go behind in the game, and they're fighting for lead, it might be. It's going to be tough for them. So I'd like Resurgence to come out swinging in this game. Just take the game to Hello and really push for those important picks, especially on the pencil and the splash. Assuming they're gonna stay on those, I can't see him turning off.
Yeah, definitely. What I'm wondering here is, I think normally backlines like the pencil, they play on the 10 tier, and then when they have the space, they start moving around the zone area once the space opens up here. We've seen the blaster on Resurgence at least have two different blasters in their back pocket. They had Luna in for on 2 games so far. They brought out Range Blaster for Hagglefish. Do you think maybe they'll stick with Luna for this one? Because I think I see a lot of Zip caster weapons on this map. We saw the brush from I think we saw a brush last set use Zipcaster on the Hagglefish market. I think we could definitely see the Zip Luna coming back, but also I feel like I can sense a case for Range Blaster at least to at least poke out a lot of the higher up spots if Resurgence is trying to go for a more aggressive hold.
Yeah, I feel like they might just stay on the Zip Luna because I think that's the only thing they have against the pencil. They do seem to be just hard focusing the pencil when the Zipcast comes out, as they should, because they don't have the range with anything else. They have a few other things that could poke it, like they've got missiles from the Frozen Pro. Although to be honest, I think that's it. It's just the Frozen Pro missiles and maybe a triple link strike, but of course that's very slow for moving a backline. So yeah, I'd expect that to still come out here. It's probably better than the Ultra Stamp at just pressuring them. You know, the Ultra Stamp, you're just going to throw it at them, and if it misses, that's it. Whereas Zipcast, you can just get in their face, and you might be able to survive long enough to distract the other team. So, yeah, I mean, considering Resurgence just won with that comp, I'm not sure if they'll change it. It'll be interesting to see if Hello changes anything now, because they've been quite confident with that comp so far. It's taken a while though, so maybe they are switching something up.
Actually, oh, okay. Okay, so we're just receiving word that I think one of the teams, I'm pretty sure it's Hello, is at least taking a little bit of a tech issue resolve pause. We did see a little bit of instant transmission and a little bit of maybe rubber banding within that Inkblot match, so maybe some resetting of switches, maybe resetting of routers is in order. Hopefully it won't take up too much of our waiting time here. But yeah, like you were saying, I feel like Hello switching up their comp would be something that they could do, especially considering how Resurgence did take the game from them. But the only thing is that because of how well each of their weapons kind of play off of each other here, I'm not sure what could really be swapped in for like another weapon. I think maybe the most plausible thing I can think of is maybe the decav going into something like Stamper, because it does kind of have that. It plays maybe a similar way to it, albeit not necessarily up front like what decav does.
Yeah, Stamper wouldn't be a bad choice. I mean, Stamper is so good. Like, I feel like it can definitely work against the comps that Resurgence are bringing out. But, I mean, Decav, I feel like, has been the most, like, it's been very good, I feel like, in this set, because mainly because of the big bubbler, because that Decav has just been getting into an important position, putting the bubbler out, and it seems to be doing a lot of work for Hello in terms of coming back in and just completely dominating a space around the big bubbler. You know, they almost were able to do it at near the end of Inkblot as well, to bring the game back for Hello. I think the only reason it didn't work is because everyone else got splattered while the decav just set up the bubble. But in the 2 games before this, or game 1 especially, the big bubbler was coming out in, you know, really good spots that made it difficult for Resurgence to deal with, because I don't feel like they have too much for big bubbler, really. They have maybe the Zipcast, but they don't have too much else that can really affect it. They have triple link strikes, but again, they're quite slow to actually get rid of it. So yeah, I mean, Stamper would be, I don't think it would be a bad pick at all, but I feel like Decav, they might stick on that because they have been doing work with it.
Definitely. Well, in that case, maybe also a weapon that could slot in for Splash's side, but at the same time, the Crab Tank and also a second Burst Bomb on the side of Hello, they're invaluable here. Crab is just such an intimidating special that provides so much firepower and utility, and Splash as a weapon provides so much paint and, once again, utility. It's kind of what Splash does. It's almost like a Swiss Army knife of the shooter class. So I'm not really sure if they'll swap off of Splash here. Maybe, like, I'm not sure if there's a blaster pick that would ward off, that would maybe be something that could swap in for S-Blast, and, well, maybe you could. Well, I'm not sure if they'd want to swap off of Pencil in that aspect as well.
Yeah, I can't see them. I'm not really sure because the comp they've been running, honestly, for this map, I feel is perfect. I mean, Splash, pretty much everything you said there. It's just a really good weapon all round. I don't think End Splash is bad either. You know, it's basically just tri-strike, triple link strike spam. But Crab Tank here, and yeah, especially the burst bombs, as you say, because the comp they've been running, the combos that work between the weapons, you know, with S-Blast as well, they've got 2 weapons with burst bomb. So it's just so much chip damage coming out that Resurgence has to deal with. And of course, all that chip damage kind of works against a Luna with Ninja Squid as well, because burst bomb, you just hit it and you'll immediately know where they are if you hear the hit detection. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm just trying to think of an option for them that is better than the comp they've been running, especially with how they've been playing the weapons. But maybe we will. Maybe they'll suddenly bring out the new Rapid Pro with the cooler, which I really like. I've not really got to play with it yet, but play with someone who plays it, because I definitely don't.
Let's just see what's in store. Once again, Hello is still sticking with what they're doing, and also Resurgence is sticking with their Inkblot comp with Luna as well as that V-Bucket. So once again, Resurgence is still 1 game away from being knocked out. So everything, once again, is on the line for Resurgence, as Hello will get an immediate first zone cap and a first crab.
Yeah, the crab is out early. I think we've seen this pretty much every game. Hello just very quick to take the zone to begin with. I think we've seen this every game. They take control of the zone, but then they lose players, and it just suddenly flips, at least at the start of the game. And Resurgence have made a promising start here. The Pencil's a little bit forward. The Slosher might be able to get a pick here on the Pencil. They're really pushing for it. I thought they were going to. They do. They get picked off by the Luna, but they take out the Pencil crucially. And again, I don't think they quite had the call already. The Crab Tank's out, but they don't really have support for that. They do get a big pick on the Luna, at least, this Splash, and the Decav helping on the left. The Bubbler is ready. They're probably going to try and get onto the zone before they take that out, almost getting taken out by a bomb, but not quite. Hello, able to come back in. They've got the zone back, but no picks really coming out. I mean, Resurgence are also there, really nicely placed tri-strikes for everyone to follow them in, and that's exactly what they've done with the caller as well. This is a really good team play from Resurgence, taking out the 4th. That was really well done with the specials.
The delayed wipe that Resurgence wants to keep their 45 lead ever so strong, and they're holding this really strong. They're almost out of their penalty points too, so they'll start counting down unless Hello's Crab has anything to say about it, because that's firing off. We're seeing Cats and Sunox moving in as well with the S-Blast and the Decap. The Bubble is ready. The Booyah Bomb is being charged as well from the S-Blast here. The zone is still in neutral. It's mostly orange, and it's going now into the hands of Hello, but here comes the missiles from the Frozen Pro. We're seeing a jump out here. I think maybe that was from the Decav. Here, the S-Blast is now in the lanes. They will be able to get rid of the Frozen Pro, but there's 3 specials ready on the side of Resurgence. There's 2 members down on Hello. Make that 3. It's only the Pencil now, and here comes that Zipcaster. Once again, this Luna is out for that Pencil here. If they can maybe at least get the attention of Hello before jumping back, but they will be able to at least get back safely. These Tri-Strikes are still ready as well on the side of Resurgence, so if the zone goes into neutral again, they can create a fresh layer of cheese, but they will pop the strikes now. Zonox is going down to a direct from Tony as well. Zone is in neutral here, but now Resurgence are out of their penalty points. They're counting down. Will they get out of the 30s? Yes, they will. They could potentially get a really strong lead before Hello flips it again.
Wow, that was pretty dangerous for Hello there. They just got a couple of really important picks. Otherwise, we could have seen the game end right there. But Resurgence, again, solid work from them. And I think at this point, I mean, the game's certainly not over, but they have the lead. So definitely on defense, just really try not to get wiped out. Try and keep some players alive, because even though they have Crab Tank, they have Pencil with all that paint. You know, if they're just going to reclaim the zone but not get anything past it, as long as they don't take the lead, it's fine. But they have lost the Zap, and I'm not sure if they had Cooler there. Hello in control, but suddenly, once again, they've lost 2 players. And it's just the S-Blast and the Splash who was in Crab Tank, and they're being pushed back. They were collared though, so they have been able to jump back in, but they've lost the decav again. And once again, the zone is going to flip back to Resurgence. To Slosher flanking on the left, and they pincer with the Lunar Blaster, who is again just going to sit under the canopy, trying for a couple of picks. They do already lose 2 players there, Resurgence. So again, they're on the back foot. Resurgence about to go through their penalty time. And the decav has bubble already, but that's not enough. The Zipcast is about to go, I'm pretty sure, for this Luna. The Crab Tank is trying to paint the zone for Hello. 2 players down now for Resurgence. Is the Crab Tank going to do it? Surely with the shield as well, they're going to get this back. Decav, though, goes down. Huge pick from the Slosher. They were inside that big bubbler. So Hello able to get the zone, and they do now have 2 players down. 3 players down for Resurgence, so it's scary again. More points on the board for Resurgence, but Hello are now back in control.
There's less than 50 seconds left for Resurgence to take this back. We're already seeing Cats on beneath the tent, getting rid of Nelkio. That's one less set of strikes to worry about. They're still firing off, taking a page out of the Luna's book here. And already, Hello is posted right up. The missiles are at least coming out. And they're canceling out the strikes from Resurgence, but they do fly out. They put the zone into neutral, but the Splash and the Pencil are on cleanup duty. They are able to take it back. They will be able to take the lead with less than 30 seconds left here. Resurgence needs to start moving here, because Hello is within knockout range here, and with the jumps being secured by the Decavitator, Resurgence, this is the end of the road for them now, as Hello gets a knockout on game 4.
Wow, very close once again. Resurgence trying their absolute best to take it to game 5. But Hello at the end, I mean, just from what I saw, it felt like that was done when Hello still had 25 points to go, because Resurgence just constantly getting staggered. It was like a very delayed wipe. They just very gradually lost players there. And, you know, the S-Blast was set up in such a good spot underneath the plat. Basically taking a leaf from the Luna's book from the previous game. They were just under that plat, and they were able to get a couple of really important picks from doing that. I think they took out the Slosher as they were triple ink striking the zone, and they did get taken out themselves in that situation, but by then I think it was done, because Resurgence just didn't have the players up to get back to mid. But yeah, it was a very close game, 3-1 to Hello, and Resurgence, the game is done, but of course the tournament isn't done, because they'll be in the loser's bracket from here.
A little bit more of a claw up for Resurgence here, but if we've learned anything from today, look out for them. I feel like I have a gut feeling they're gonna make it pretty far into losers bracket with what they've been doing. They're a pretty underrated team to look up. Team pickup, I'm not sure to look out for here. So if you're in losers bracket, watch out for that Luna, watch out for that bucket, and watch out above if those missiles are flying out here. So no need to go to Robo Ramen for our tiebreaker. We're going next into winners bracket round 4. Are we already in winners bracket round 4? Or no, I think we're... Okay, we're going into winners bracket round 4 next, so don't go anywhere. Triton Cup will be back after a brief break.
Find you. I'm used to waiting. Are you? Would you be waiting there too?
Welcome back, everyone, to Triton Cup 108. Next up, we have Wolf Emoji versus Pathway in the winners quarterfinal. This is Conroe, and once again, I'm joined by Frostix for this one.
Okay, so the number of teams are starting to dwindle down. Winners bracket round 4, like Conroe said, is winner finals, and once again, last set wasn't like that, but once again we're seeing teams that are just dead, like right next to each other in terms of seeding. Wolf Emoji, seed 4, Pathway, seed 5 here, and we got a pretty stacked roster, I think, within both of these teams here. See Luma Ace, Bake, Miki, Silver on Wolf Emoji, and Pathway consisting of Mondi, Spexzao, Zekrom, and Bonk here. Lots of maybe familiar names if you've been watching a lot of these weeklies.
Yeah, definitely names you see quite a lot at this stage in these tournaments. Winners quarterfinal, 4th seed versus 5th seed. This is, for what it's worth, Wolf Emoji, I believe, the 4th seed. They have just come from a game 5 set against the 13th seed, and they were 2-1 down, so they had a bit of work to do there. Meanwhile, Pathway, I don't think they've lost a single game yet. They've just started from winners round 2, 2-0 and 3-0. You know, they've not had to pick up a sweat yet. So we'll have to see if they are as comfortable against Wolf Emoji here.
Now we're going straight into the action. Zones on Barnacle and Dime here. Already, I think I see a junior on the side of what I think is Pathway, because that's Mondi in the hand. That's Mondi piloting that junior. That's what I think Mondi does best. Meanwhile, on the side of Wolf Emoji here, already that Gal is going down. We're seeing Forge Pro, actually. That's pretty interesting. We're going to see some Booyah coming out from Wolf Emoji from a weapon that maybe you don't really see used Booyah all too often.
Yeah, that reminds me of some good old days. That does, seeing the Forge Pro, that whole comp, yeah, 52 Gal and Slosher, not Pencil, because Pencil is new to this game. But yeah, that reminds me of some old times. Forge Pro, yeah, Carbon. We're seeing the new Carbon, the Barazushi one with Fizzy and Super Chums, and honestly, in that comp, along with the Junior. And, you know, a bomb on the new Stamper, that is just like a ridiculous amount of chip damage from the sub-weapons. And I can definitely see it working with, you know, the synergy that those weapons have with each other. Having said that, Pathway, the team with those weapons, have taken pretty quick control. You know, the Carbon is just going to have so much paint because Mondi, they're pretty much a junior specialist. So, you know, they know how to play this weapon. Just throw bombs out and paint constantly. The Carbon just getting picked off by the Slosher, who is now throwing out those tri-strikes and trying to move in with those, trying to get a pick. Not able to. Okay, they trade with the Junior. Wolf Emoji do have the zone for now. Spexzao on the Stamper from spawn, though. The BR bomb comes out. They're going to need some teammates to, you know, just try and go in with that. Although the team, I mean, they've lost the Gal now and the Bucket as well. And now the Chumps are coming out. So Pathway with a big chance to recap this zone before Wolf Emoji take the lead.
Yep, and they are not getting this lead just yet here, but what we're seeing Wolf Emoji within the control of the zone right now. It's still dead neutral here. I think I'm here. I thought I heard a set of tri-strikes for a second, but not just yet here. I think the Stamper is trying to get a move on. Same thing with this Carbon. A Booyah Bomb is being charged up by the Sticker Stamper. Booyah Bomb is also being charged up by the Forge Pro. The whale's coming out from the Gal here. We're seeing the Gal trying to move things into the side lanes here, but they will get called out by the Sticker Stamper, and they're moving in. Spexzao is looking for some more targets as Pathway will get that zone in their hands right before Wolf Emoji can get to the 50 thresholds here. And here come the Chumps from the Carbon. It'll definitely allow both the Carbon, I think, and the Stamper to play pretty well here. As they are now out of their penalty points, they are going to count down once more. They're out of the 40s into the 30s, and here comes a Booyah Bomb, but that won't stop them just yet.
No, it won't. The BR bomb, followed by the strikes, is going to recap the zone, at least, although Pathway have immediately taken it straight back. And Wolf Emoji, again, are 2 players down. They've lost the Gal and the Bucket. Players going down for each team, but it is Pathway that are just holding for now. Mondi, you know, as long as the Junior is alive, they're going to have a lot of paint, and it's going to be at least a little bit difficult to take that zone back. They still haven't, despite using some specials there again. Pencil has the caller out, but the Slosher, they've gone back for that caller, actually, which is definitely a smart play. They're immediately going to be pushing up again, and suddenly it's just the Pencil and the Junior, but The Junior with the bomb pick on the Gal. They were collared, so they're not going to get punished too hard. And the Slosher does follow up. And all of a sudden now 2 players down. Well, 2 players down for either team. And the Carbon has dropped into the pit there. The Slosher's not going to chase them. They're going to hold this position and try and just hold it and hope their teammates deal with the Carbon. They get a nice pick. They almost get 2. They are taken out though. Wolf Emoji close to the lead. Are they going to get it? They're 2 players down. Mondi is going to rush for the zone, but it is going to be a lead flip. The bubble is out. Going to help with that BR bomb. No penalty time yet. The pencil is just going to try and hold on, but the timer, the zone does flip. The penalty time is on, but Wolf Emoji have taken the lead.
Yep, and that's the lead swap that probably Wolf Emoji has been looking for this entire match here. It's 28-33 though here. Pathway doesn't have a lot of penalty points to work with here. If they can get another really good hold in their hands, they could take this lead back. But right now, Wolf Emoji is already right back into Pathway's court here. The whales are coming out here. Zekrom's taking a little bit more chip damage from these whales. A Booyah Bomb is ready on the side of Spexzal, but here comes another Booyah Bomb from Wolf Emoji here. It's looking like a Dragon Ball Z episode right now here. The Tri-Strikes are coming out from Wolf Emoji as well. Mondi is on zone with the Bubbler, followed by Spexzal. I think we're also seeing the Carbon get to it as well. There's going to be around 30 seconds left for Pathway to get this lead back.
Yeah, Pathway do take the zone. I think they exhausted all their specials there to take it back, although now the caller has come out, so they're caller now as well, so surely they're going to push up and try and get something going. The Junior goes down. The Slosher just able to escape that. They take out the Slosher, but they get taken out themselves. 2 players down for Pathway, but they do have caller. The zone is going to at least be flipped, and now it's just the pencil alive, and they need to be careful. They are getting pressured by everyone, and they go down. The Stamper jumped into them, but I think they were able to survive and jump out. But it's overtime now, and Wolf Emoji are very close to the lead if they can close this out.
Now here, we're seeing Wolf Emoji with the Tri-Strikes. This will potentially be the cheese that they need. And there it is. Wolf Emoji are able to get the lead back, and it will allow them to take game 1. What a game, Conroe.
Yeah, a huge first game from the winners' quarterfinal between the 4th and the 5th seed. I mean, Pathway didn't really have any options there at the end anyway. The Carbon did have chumps, but the Slosher had Tri-Strike, and they just said, no, you don't. I'm just going to strike these chumps away so you don't get to do anything. And I think even with the Junior there to try and paint, I think Wolf Emoji just had everyone alive, and they were able to hold that until the end. But yeah, we saw some very effective lockouts from both teams, to be honest. It was Pathway for a lot of the start of that, but once Wolf Emoji had a foothold in the game, it was very difficult for Pathway to get rid of them.
Yeah, once they get set up within the courts here, it was just really hard for Pathway to break out. They have those weapons that can probably play around those ledges within Barnacle and Dime's court, specifically that bucket. I think this is just an AoE. Like, this is maybe an AoE weapons dream map, but no, at least not to the extent of Makeup Art though. So enough about Makeup Art is at least within the set here. If they can, it will be played on game 3. Right now, focus on game 2, which is going to be on the illustrious Maki Maki Resort. Some people just call this the best mode of all time, and maybe I would agree.
Wait, were we talking about Mahi there or Mako?
Mahi. Sorry.
Oh, Mahi, yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Mahi zones as well. I mean, I was a big fan of it before they changed the design, and big fan of it now as well. I do really like it. And yeah, and I never know where to go at the start. I'll say that much. I never know whether to go left or right. I feel like exposed wherever I go to their backline, which is, something definitely to watch out for. Whether it's a pencil or a charger, I feel like you really need to look out for where they go at the start, because those weapons, I mean, we're probably just going to see 2 pencils here, but they have options. They could kind of sit on the right side out of spawn, and they can cover pretty much the whole right side of the map, or they can do the same on the left side. And yeah, we often see teams where they'll have 2 players, as in 2 front lines, just really rush down on either the left or the right to try and apply that initial pressure. Of course, since they're pencils, they might also just try and focus on getting a quick caller, as we've seen quite a lot. Mondi's probably just going to throw a couple of spat bombs to where they think the players are going to be, just to try and get an early pick and make them move. But yeah, I do like Mahi. It's a good map for sure.
Yeah, And of course, the thing with Mahi is once 60 ticks go down, the water level starts to drop here. Maybe within the first couple of ticks, within maybe the first hold for both teams, it'll be a little bit trickier for those frontline weapons to kind of work with space, like the Stamper as well as the Carbon on the side of, I think, Pathway, I'm pretty sure. Those they had the Carbon and the Stamper, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Pathway had the Stamper, Carbon, and Junior with the pencil.
Okay, so then that means I think if Pathway does get that first hold here, I think they definitely want to ensure they hold it for at least 60 ticks. That way they can drop the water as soon as possible, because once that space opens here, it gives a lot more. It gives a lot more leeway for weapons like Stamper and especially Carbon to work around. So much more space to shark and just be ever more of a nuisance.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's see if first off, let's see if they actually stick with what they do. I think they are, right? The Stamper, yeah. I mean, another thing about this map is coming out of spawn, especially when the map changes halfway through. Again, the bombs, they've got a Fizzy, they've got an Auto Bomb, and they've got a Splat Bomb spam from the Junior. So, when they're trying to lock out, the other team is really going to have to watch out for these bombs coming back in from their plat. 2 players down early, 1 on each team, and it is Pathway that take the zone to begin with. They've lost their Carbon, so they don't have that super aggro kind of Ninja Squid pushing in, and the Bucket is going to go in. They get 1, and they might get another one. I think they did. I think they got the Pencil as well, so the Bucket taken an aggressive position, now joined by the Gal, who does get taken out. The Carbon just trying to survive these triple link strikes for now, but Wolf Emoji again drawing first blood here and getting the first lockout.
Yeah, they were already eager to move into Pathway spawn, but right now the water isn't dropping just yet, with Pathway striking to put the zone in neutral. But there are 2 members down, 1 less Carbon and 1 less Junior, and now 1 less Stamper here. Now the members are respawning. It's only the Pencil left here, but right now I think most of mid is cleared from Orange Team players, because Wolf Emoji are just watching over it like their lives depend on it. And now they're almost out of their penalty points. They're going to start counting down, and with 60 ticks now past, the water level has dropped, and we're seeing this Gal take up a really interesting position on the islands on the far left side here. I think they're pretty uncontested right now, but right now Pathway will flip the zone in their favor. The Bucket has gone down. The Forge Pro is charging up a Booyah, I think, on both sides. No, only in blue. I think they will try to get the zone flipped, but not before the Pencil has anything to say about it, as they continue their hold.
Yeah, I think the Gal went top right, and the other team just said, okay, we'll just go this way and take the zone back. But I think in the meantime, yeah, Wolf Emoji also lost 3 players there. I think the Pro BR bombed, and then suddenly 3 players were down. So yeah, Pathway able to get back in kind of around where the 52 Gal was sitting, and they have been able to take back control and take the lead, and they're still getting some picks here. There's so much paint as well, thanks to the Junior and the Pencil, which gives the Carbon plenty of space, although as I say that, they get picked off by the Pro. But there's a lot of follow-up now, just a bunch of players going down in order with teammates following up to get the kill. But it is Pathway in control for now. The zone does flip, but not too much control for now for Wolf Emoji. They're going to need the picks. The BR bomb is going to help. 1 player down again for each team. The Caller is out now for Pathway. The Pencil's actually the furthest one up at the moment. They don't really have any support, so they're going to back up again. The Junior drops down, but they get taken out straight away. So it is Wolf Emoji still in control for now. They do lose a player. I mean, this is the moment for Pathway, if they want to keep the lead, just to go for zone. They have a lot of painters. The Junior sets up the bubble on the zone, but they get splattered immediately after. So Wolf Emoji are going to take the lead.
Yeah, that's really good on Wolf Emoji for just making sure that they can survive the oncoming threats from Pathway, getting rid of the Junior before it can cause any more damage with that bubble, canceling out that Booyah Bomb, and now Wolf Emoji is almost at knockout range, and they're getting that Booyah Bomb ready to potentially cheese this zone, because they're right back in control. The Chumps come flying out, but Chump can't do much unless it detonates, which allows Wolf Emoji to get a second game down on their belt. It's now match points for them.
Yeah, again, a close game there. Both teams having chances to, lock out the other team. They both took the lead several times during that, but Wolf Emoji, again, getting it done. Just, very aggressive play with their weapons. I think they have I mean, yeah, really, they have like at least 3 aggressive weapons on their team with the Bucket, the Gao, and the Forge Pro. And, you know, it's a differing range there. I mean, they have range sorted as well with the Bucket and the Pro have fairly decent range for Slayer weapons at least. While the other team, they're more, I think that Pathway are more relying on just paint output and some bomb spam. Paint output for the Carbon to go in. They do have a Stamper as well, but it seems to be struggling to get enough picks for Pathway at the moment. So they are 2-0 down in this set now, and I think this next map might actually favor Wolf Emoji as well with the comp they've been running.
Yeah, they're sporting a lot of good AoE weapons that can make use of the stacks and the ledges on Mako Mart here, as well as that Booyah Bomb can be good for covering most of the zone and the Tri-Strikes as well. So we'll just have to see if Pathway can maybe sort of switch, will they switch things up? Will they go to the more commonly seen Zuka Carbon kit here? Or maybe will they go on to another Stamper kit, maybe the one with Zip, maybe the one with Crab, who knows?
Yeah, will they change anything here? We haven't really. I don't think we've seen any changes, have we? The weapons have kept exactly the same through those first 2 games. I guess the onus at the moment is on Pathway to find a solution here to get themselves a point on the board. I mean, they need to win 3 in a row, as we saw with Resurgence in the last set. They're 2-0 down. They need to reverse sweep, and they need to start it on Makomart. And this is against a Slosher who's been doing a lot of work for Wolf Emoji. You know, I really like the aggressive plays. They know exactly where to throw those bombs for the classic old bucket combo. They were the main reason why Wolf Emoji were able to get in at the start of the previous game on Mahi Resort. And I can't see them switching off here since it's Makomart. But yeah, are we going to see any changes?
What will we see? Wait, did we see? Okay, we're seeing.
Oh, okay.
Wait, this is drastic here. There's no bucket on Wolf Emoji, instead opting for Vanilla Range Blaster and Dark Tetradulies. Meanwhile, on the side of Pathway, Bonk has chosen to go with the Zuka Carbon, so that's going to be potentially interesting to see if Bonk can get something going. But right now, Pathway already 2 down, make it 3. It's only Zekrom left, and oh man, they're bagging it on stream. They're bagging it.
Oh no, they made me get the comp wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about with the bucket. I guess I'll just leave. But now they're squid bagging as well. Range Blaster and Tetra. Nice to see a mix-up. It is actually Pathway that have kept their comp previously, although it's although that comp can probably actually work a little bit better against what we're seeing here. But we'll have to see so far. Pathway are able to take back the zone, trying to make something happen. That Wave Breaker is going to hit where that player was on the wall, and the Range Blaster drops on the right, which is a pretty decent spot for them here, just trying to get chip damage on Pathway players as they approach the zone. But the Carbon is going to at least shoo them away. They're not going to get the pick. The Carbon is going to take out the Tetra. Still need to watch out for that Range Blaster, just holding that space for Wolf Emoji. They haven't quite been able to flip this zone back yet, Pathway, and they lose the Junior now as well. The Pencil is able to do it, but they're not really going to get anything here. Players going down or having to retreat, so the zone is immediately going to flip back to Wolf Emoji, who only have a small penalty time to get through.
They actually have 2 members down, though. Yeah, I think they were cooler. They are coming back, but the Tetra's going down before they can pop the Reef Slider. I think we're seeing the Pencil resort back to going to the Snipe. As Pathway is starting to flip the zone, they're right back into trying to get things going. There are 2 members down on Pathway as well. Wolf, I think, not on Pathway, but on Wolf Emoji. This Pro is backed into a corner. They do have Booyah Bomb ready to go, but at least Pathway is getting this lead back. But here comes the Booyah Bomb as well as the Tetra onto zone. Bonk is going down, same thing with Spec Zhao, and already I think Wolf Emoji is starting to reclaim zone. It's mostly blue. It is neutral though. Pathway is trying to at least make their claim with Bonk on it. Same thing with Spec Zhao, but now there's 3 members down. It's only Zekrom left, and with only the Junior responding, Wolf Emoji will be right back in control.
Yeah, suddenly 3 players going down for Pathway there. I think they were called so that, you know, they'll be back in pretty soon, and they still have the big bubbler from Mondi on the Junior ready to go. But yeah, they're gonna have to pick a direction to go back in here. This can be an issue with teams kind of splitting up, trying to go back in and just all dying in the process. But they've done a pretty good job here. Mondi was able to get in and it bagged him back, I think, after that pick I saw. But the Reef Slide, not into the bubble, not quite, and they actually get picked off decent counter there after the Reef Slide. I really thought they were just going to push that into the big bubbler, but they stopped just short of it. And Pathway on the front foot here, they're quite close to getting rid of their penalty time. The Decaf, the Stamper, has a good spot here on the right stack. Are they at least going to hold out for lead? Wolf Emoji starting to come back in. The BR comes out. Is that going to be the lead flip? Yes, it is. And suddenly 2 players down for Wolf Emoji.
That being said, 2 members down on Pathway with C's Reef Slider claiming 2. Now there's a Booyah Bomb coming out from Sasakeo over here. Now I think we're starting to see Wolf Emoji trying to find their footing. Once more, the Wave Breaker is being deployed by this Range Blaster, but the zone is right back in Pathway's hands. The Cooler is coming out from who I seem to be talking. And already Mondi's going down and they're bagging it. They're bagging it once more. And already Zone is going into neutral. That's a second pick onto Mondi. They're still backing it. And they're starting to cruise through their penalty points here. They're lining some picks onto Spexzao now. There's going to be 1 minute left for Wolf Emoji to take this back. I think with them being almost out of their penalty points, they probably will soon.
Well, we're seeing some special work from the Range Blaster here, getting 2 picks, well, 3 picks. 2 picks with the bagging, and then an extra pick where they didn't. But they are taking such a good spot here, and it is going to be the lead flip for Wolf Emoji, and Pathway don't have too long to get back in. The range finally goes down, and with all that paint output, they are going to take it back. Mondi taking an aggressive spot on the right stack, trying to get the picks on the Tetra, and there's some good team play from Pathway, just with the caller just collapsing on Wolf Emoji's team members. Wolf Emoji have the slider ready to go, though, and all of a sudden it's just the junior and the pen. The Reef Slide is able to cap, and Mondi gets a pick, but they go down as well by, again, the Range Blaster. It's going to be flipped back, though. Wolf Emoji able to cap and get a penalty time on. Not quite able to do much else. We've got 10 seconds left, and I think this is going to be Pathway's last push.
Has to work into overtime for Pathway. They don't have a lot of specials to work with, and right now Wolf Emoji's throwing a Booyah Bomb straight onto Zone here. We're seeing a Ring Slider come out from the Tetras. It will put Zone into neutral, but Pathway has the paint for it. They will cover it. Zone is still in control, but right now it's neutral. The Range Blaster is going down. The bubble's coming out from Mondi. It's overtime here. Pathway is going into the 10s, and there's the lead swap from Pathway. Once again, they're not going down without a fight.
Wow, what an end to that game. Yeah, they managed to cover a Reef Slide just about. They had enough paint. I thought that might be it, but it got so close to flipping it. But I don't think Wolf Emoji had any paint to follow up. And of course, Pathway have the junior, they have the pencil, and they were all alive for that final push. The Stamper taking a good position on the right stack just to make sure no one else would come in. Really solid comeback from Wolf Emoji. And yeah, considering Wolf Emoji were starting to get a bit of gamesmanship there with the with the bagging. Yeah, it's we've got a spicy set on our hands now because Pathway we're giving some back. Yeah, I love to see it.
Yep, now it's time for potentially for a clapback because the reverse sweep could potentially start. Now we go to game number 4, Robo Ramen. Already here, I think, strangely enough, Wolf Emoji is going to stick with their comp from Mako Mart. I can see the case for Tetra. Reef Slider can cover a lot of the zone. Same thing with that Booyah Bomb on the side, with that Forge Pro that they've been sticking with for the past 3 games here. And I think the Range Blaster could still work. Wave Breaker on elbow could be pretty new, could be pretty much of an. It could be a pretty. I'm slurring on my words. Sorry. They could be a pretty big nuisance once a potentially locked out pathway starting to retake.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't see. I wouldn't be surprised either way. Maybe they'll stick with the comp, or maybe they won't. Just off the fact that they lost the last one. The first 2 games they were using the same weapons, and looked relatively comfortable with them. But yeah, Robo Ramen definitely has some things about it where you might want to see what we just saw with the Reef Slide from the Tetra. And I mean, the Range Blaster was definitely doing work. We didn't see it in the first 2 games, but they used it there, and they were getting plenty of picks on that thing. So yeah, I'll be interested to see if Wolf Emoji changes anything. Pathway haven't changed anything for 3 games, and considering they just won that one, I can't see them changing too much. I feel like they're all quite specialist on the weapons they've been using. But we are going to go into game 4. Pathway have claimed a game back, trying to get that reverse sweep to happen. And they are not changing their comp at all. And the other team, well, they've gone new again. They've got a glamour shot now.
Yep, and that Kraken shot, once again, another Swiss Army knife weapon. It can provide so much chip damage, and a Kraken is nothing to scoff at. Already, the paint's coming out, and who is on the flank? That's Bonk on the roller. Do they realize the carbon is there? Yes, they do! So, he will at least be going down in a trade. The cooler is also coming out from Wolf Emoji. Mondi has also popped the bubble here, as now Pathway is continuing their hold so far, but now I think we're seeing the Tri-Strikes come out from the flank, from the bucket. I think we're also seeing Specs out trying to make a flank work, but now Pathway's 3 members down, and Wolf Emoji is already advancing onto Pathway's elbow.
Yeah, all 3 of them went down, went up to that elbow. So even though they lost the bucket there, it doesn't really matter. These 2 are in with a Kraken ready, and the bucket was cooler anyway, so they got in pretty quickly. The bucket goes down to something, though. I don't know if there's a player for Pathway just sneaking around on the other side. I don't think there is. I think they just got taken out on the landing. But Pathway have lost their Stamper now. Taking out the Forge Pro in return, the Zuka. I don't think that was able to get anything. Oh, the bucket was right there, but they're not able to get the pick. Yes, they are. Could be a second. Could be. It's 3. It's 3 picks for the junior out of nowhere. Just a bomb and the shots. And that zone is going to flip back. Everyone coming back in. What a huge moment for the junior player.
Monty's just at it again, that Battle Junior in full force, but right now, Wolf Emoji has put the zone into neutral. Pathway needs to up the NC on the paint, which they will, and now they're entering the 60 threshold. Is this enough for the lead switch? Yes, it is, but the bucket is on the flank. They are getting rid of Spexzao, and it'll allow Wolf Emoji to cut the space and allow them to get right back into control. The Tri-Strikes are coming out from the bucket as well here. Zekrom will be able to get rid of C here with this pencil, but they will be going down, I think, to a bomb from the... Oh, not a bomb, from a snipe from the snipe writer, but the Zuka's coming out from Bonk as well. The lead has been taken now by Wolf Emoji. The Booyah Bomb's coming out. The zone has now flipped, and it's orange. It's in the hands of Pathway since Wolf Emoji is now 2 down, but the zone back into neutral. The zone is constantly flipping like a breakfast pancake.
Yeah, both teams, I mean, we're seeing so many picks come out. It's very difficult for either team to claim the zone for too long at a time. The missiles are going to force the pencil at least back, but they do manage to keep it. They've got a lot of paint. The Slosher has to drop for a pick, but now they're not near the zone to paint it, so it might be a lead flip, or it might not. The pencil, I mean, the pencils are basically having a paint battle, but the Glamour shot with the Kraken is actually able to take them out completely. And that is a huge moment for Wolf Emoji, really, because that was almost a team wipe. Halfway back to square one. You know, the penalty time is almost up for Wolf Emoji. They have a BR bomb ready. They're trying to just get, you know, open the way with a pick or something before they put it in. Out come the Tri-Strikes and the BR bomb and a Big Buffalo. All the specials coming out. Wolf Emoji, Pathway, just trying to get something happen. Could be a zone flip at least. They've lost the Stamper. Other team loses a Slosher. They have a Junior and a Pencil, so I'd imagine a zone flip. Not if the missiles are going to come out, though, and Mondi is in a spot on the zone. Wolf Emoji still just getting the picks they need to hold on to this zone. Despite Pathway, they're not being wiped, but they're just gradually getting picked off, so they can't take this back.
Getting wiped, but they are getting staggered. Right now, there's halfway through the match, 1 minute, 30 seconds left on the clock here. Already, Pathway is right back in control of the zone. The Kraken is coming out from that Glamour shot. Already, Pathway's almost out of their penalty points here. They're going to start counting down. That Kraken is deep into enemy territory. They are going to go down to Spexzao in a trade. At least one less. Oh, wait, no. The Kraken shot is actually still there. At least Pathway is cooler, but this Kraken shot is bagging it again. No one's stopping them from being toxic right now, and they're being already in Pathway's elbow right now. I think Pathway's, that being said, Pathway is almost close to taking back this lead. They are in the 30 threshold. They're going to be entering the 20 soon, but the missiles, I think, are flying out for the Frozen Pro. Zone is now in neutral here. It is at least looking mostly orange, with Mondi's bubble providing a safe haven for Pathway to keep this pace up, but here come the Tri-Strikes here. That won't stop the lead from being taken, though.
Oh my goodness, are they going to take the lead? Perfect. Yes, they are. They were 1 point off. The Kraken comes out, but a little bit too late. And they've lost 2 players now. It's just the Kraken with the shot and the Carbon. And now it's just the Slosher who is fighting the Carbon, but they can't do anything. Every player on Pathway is on them. We are going to go to game 5 here, I think. What a play from Pathway at the end. It is 2-2, all tied up. Pathway 1 game off that reverse sweep now.
I think a reverse sweep is possible, especially considering how clutch Pathway was within this match here. They just upped the ante, not only on the aggression with Bonk, and I think also Specs out going on the flanks which is what Robo Ramen is definitely known for, but also with the defense and the support coming from Zekrom and Mondi, just ensuring that even when Wolf Emoji throws everything in the kitchen sink at them, they simply just say no, and then proceed to live with either the cooler or with the bubble here. They endured the Kraken, they endured the strikes here, everything that Wolf Emoji was throwing at them here. So now we enter the tiebreaker, which will be on Umami Ruin zones.
Yeah, it's a zone. It's a map mode we've seen already a couple of times tonight. But yeah, game 4. I mean, I think my favorite bit was the glamour shot getting a really good triple going on to pathway side and, you know, bagging their way through. But they didn't actually cap the zone through any of it. So, you know, very impressive. But I don't know what was going on the zone, but they just weren't able to flip it despite all that. And I think that from that point, Pathway just didn't give up the zone again. So, yeah, really solid from them. So we are going to see, I mean, I guess the only difference really about this map compared to the ones we've seen so far is, of course, the dual zones that Umami has. And we've seen it, I think we saw it in the second match today, where it's a lot harder to get back in and control both. You know, if one team is kind of locking you out, you might be able to get rid of 2 or 3 of them, but if the other players can hold on to at least one zone, you've still got your work cut out for you. And I'm sure these teams are going to be doing that because they both have a pencil with Caller. They both have aggressive players that will just probably jump back in if they're able to. But yeah, I'd expect this one to be played pretty fast, as always. Will we see some bagging again? Probably. It is going to game 5, which I absolutely love after all of this.
Definitely so. And you were mentioning on just like how, like, I think you were mentioning something about aggression when it came down to Umami. If you can just get that lockout going, if you can occupy that front spawn area here, and Wolf Emoji does that in spades. I think they were able to just be constantly aggressive. They were the ones that were moving up into elbow on Robo Ramen. Pathway's still sticking with their guns, and wait, hold on. Okay, so Wolf Emoji switching now to Neo Machine as well as Splashmatic. So one final switch up from Wolf Emoji as they enter the final match already. I think we're seeing Pathway take one zone here. I think Wolf Emoji is eyeing that second zone though. Both zones are in neutral. We're at least seeing 2 members of Pathway up on the rectangle. I think that's both the Carbon and the Stamper here. But Pathway is in control right now. They are going to break into the 80s here, but already Specs Out's going down first. C's outnumbered though. That Bucket's going down. We're seeing Polna Ref trying to get something on with the Machine as well as the Pencil. But right now Pathway are holding the space very effectively.
Really good coordination from Pathway at the start of this game. They haven't quite capped both zones yet. I'm not sure which player it actually is. Their in-game name is Sasagio, but they've really gone through the weapons. I think they've gone from 52 to Range Blaster to Machine and and Glamour Shot in the last game. So yeah, they really like switching it up. Second time tonight we're seeing a Machine. We're seeing the Neo Machine this time, of course, with Point Sensor, which, I mean, that might be a good shout because of the Carbon. Using that Ninja Squid with all that paint, once they got that point sensor on them, you can see where they are. So it can be quite a good pick. And of course it has Zuka, which is always a decent special to have. And it is Wolf Emoji on the front foot. See, they were called at least for that play, trying to get a pick. They did get one somewhere, so Wolf Emoji still in control for now. And that is a huge pick, though, from the Stamper. Sasagio on the Machine going down. That's 2 down now, so it's just the Splash and the Slosher who are both going to have to back up. And of course the Splash here makes sense. I think we mentioned it last time. The Crab Tank is very good here if they're able to get set up. The Tri-Strikes come out, but the bomb well placed from Mondi again on the Junior, able to take them out. And again, slowly, it's just the slight picks coming in. The Carbon trying to go in to get something, but they're not quite able to. And as we'd expect from this dual zone map, it's just so hard to flip it. I mean, it's been neutral for quite a while. Pathway eventually able to take it back. But see, on the bucket, I think they just got a huge double there. That might have been a full wipe. Either that or the Pen had to pretty much just retreat all the way to spawn. And C is really trying to get something now. Not able to, but they were collared, so they'll be back pretty quickly.
RPAC, I think already right now, but they get bombed down by C here. And I think Pathway is starting to try and trickle out here. We're seeing, I think, Spexal move in. Same thing with Mondi here. They are now putting the zone into neutral. The Cooler and the Booyah Bombs coming out. Spexal's getting bomb camped, I think, perhaps by, I think that's C on the bucket here. And now Pathway are almost out of their penalty points. The Soda's coming out from Wolf Emoji, but that machine is going to get picked off here. The Splash does have a Crab tank ready to go, as well as the Zuka and Tri-Strikes coming out from Wolf Emoji as well. The Tri-Strikes come out. The Crab is already firing off here. Mondi's going down. The Zukas come out from Sasageo, and we're seeing him go down to Spexal. The lead is deadly close, 48-53, just halfway through the match now, with only 2 minutes left for Pathway to take it back, because they're already right back in control of zone. Unfortunately, that Booyah Bomb will be shut down by C. I was right. C does have Thermalink on.
Yes, they do. I noticed that earlier. They have had it's either I think they've had Haunt at some point. I didn't actually spot it there if it's Haunt or Thermalink, but yeah, they've been definitely using something like that, and it seems to be helping them for sure. They've been so good on the Slosher this whole set, and it is Wolf Emoji really in control now. They've lost the Slosher though. Speak of a devil, they have lost it. They're probably just going to be jumping back in. But I think Mondi at least is starting to become aware of that, because they're trying to throw bombs, I think, where the backline is. We saw them punish a jump earlier, and I think they're doing the same. I mean, that's a wipeout. That is a wipeout on the side of Wolf Emoji, and that is a really good chance now for Pathway to come back in. What a pick that is on the machine from the pencil. So that's going to be even longer. The machine does not have the Zuka, and they've got another one on the Slosher. They've taken out both Sloshers with the pencil, and that is absolutely huge at this point in the game.
Yeah, and we're seeing Pathway getting deadly close to Wolf Emoji's lead. They're in the 30 threshold here. Uh-oh, I think we're starting to see a little bit of instant transmission right now, but Pathway does still take the lead. The Sodas come out from Zekrom. C has gone down, and now we're seeing Sasageo pop the Zuka here. I think we're seeing Bonk enter the scene. Same thing with Mondi, who is popping the bubble here. The Splash, as well as the machine, are moving on to get rid, at least in control of one zone, but Pathway are still holding strong. They're in the 10s. They are deadly close to knocking things out, and especially with the pencil gone, things could prove different, but now there's 3 down on Pathway. Wolf Emoji could have this, and now they are back in control of zone, and it's looking like they need to make something work in overtime.
We're going to go to overtime. Almost every single player in the game going down there. I think the Stamper lived, but they had to get the Booyah Bomb out, so they weren't able to keep the zone painted. But 2 down now for Wolf Emoji, and their backs are against the wall here in overtime. The reverse sweep is so close for Pathway, but can they close it out? They just need to hold the zone, but they're 2 players down, but overtime is running out. Are they going to cap them both? Yes, they are. What is happening? Wolf Emoji has the zones right now. 2 players down for either team. Stamper in the bubble, out from Mondi. They get it out on the Junior. The BR Bomb coming out. Wolf Emoji, are they going to be able to hold this? 2 players down.
It's deadly close right now, halfway through overtime. Once again, we're seeing a little bit of instant transmission. What just happened? Did everything just happen all at once here? We saw that we were stuck on Zekrom for a bit, but now the game is over, and personally, I don't know what's going on.
Me neither. I think Pathway may have won, but I'm also not sure. Okay, yeah, Pathway closed out the reverse sweep. Apologies for the end of that. That was a little bit odd. We weren't able to see that properly, but Pathway so strong at the end there. Connection to the host has been lost. Hooray. But Pathway do close out the reverse sweep. I think we saw enough. It was going to be so hard for Wolf Emoji to keep that. They were losing players constantly in overtime against a Junior and a Pencil with all that pain, and they have to, they have to get both zones before the overtime timer ran out. I believe that's what happened. I think the overtime timer ran out before they could take both zones. But wow, Frostix, what a final set to cast on. The winner's got a final.
Yeah, definitely. So just seeing Pathway go through this journey against Wolf Emoji, and once again, say it with me now, their work is cut out for them, because they're going up against Frutella in winners bracket semis. Every single time, this somehow always happens. First it was Dark Blossom, then it was Wiggly Wobbly, and now it's Pathway. So you've got one hell of a setup against you, Pathway. But with what you did, with what you put up against Wolf Emoji here, I feel like that set will be something to see.
Yeah, we just keep previewing the team that's about to go up against Frutella throughout this whole cast. Frutella, they haven't dropped a game yet this whole tournament, and yeah, Pathway definitely the highest seed to go against them so far. So good luck to Pathway against Frutella for that. I believe the next one on the cast is going to be on the other side. We have second seed mid meta against the 11th seed, who have caused a couple of upsets on their way to the winner semifinal here. I think that's Scooter Emoji as opposed to Walk Emoji.
Scooter.
You'll
That's
be
a
seeing
Scooter.
Scooter Emoji, the 11th seed. They'll be causing some upsets. So yeah, I think you're going to see them next time. But I believe it's time for me and Frostix to close out and hand it off to the next casters. We're definitely past the 2-hour mark. So
Okay.
yeah, we will sign off from here. So Frostix, where can everyone find you on the socials?
Of course, the good people of Twitch chat can find me on Twitter at TK_Frostix, at Blue Sky Below, at frostix.bluesky.social, and if you want to support some of my personal work, you can read my web novel Gap Year. I swear it's worth your time. That's enough of my self-plugging. What about you, Conro?
Yeah, on Twitch, I am just Conro, Conro, and on Blue Sky, as you can see on the screen, it's Conro SPL. I am still on Twitter, but I don't really use it. It's just Conro_SPL for that one. But yes, me and Frostix will be signing off. Thanks very much, everyone, for being here. Stick around for the rest of this tournament, being casted, I believe, by SPF Dark and Pat. So yes, thank you very much, everyone. Stick around, and we'll see you next time.
Get ready for the next battle, ladies, gentlemen, Zaynabs and Nerves in between. My name is SPF Dark. We're coming at you live here at Doubtful Productions to bring you the rest of our Triton-Cup 108. But before we get to our next set of matches, though, I am joined by a very good friend of mine here today.
Hello, everyone. Another week and another Triton-Cup. We have seen a huge tournament already. Lots of upsets have happened, especially Scooter Emoji were able to beat their seed to make it here to the winners bracket semis. But now they get to face Mid Meta, which is another monster of this tournament, our number 2 seed. It's going to be a big game coming in, and we'll be starting on Barnacle and Dime.
Barnacle and Dime. It's not a zone map that I see too often anymore. It kind of in the middle of our current life cycle on this game. I definitely saw it more, but as time's gone, it's gotten played less and less. And I don't know if it's for good reason or not, because I don't think there's anything that's egregiously out there about this map. But it's just kind of there. There's nothing really like, in my opinion, there really isn't anything too spectacular about it.
Oh, well, so yeah, we were wrong about the maps. We're going to start with Mahi Mahi. There was a bit of a mix-up in the overlay, but yeah, let's go on to Mahi. Very much a classic of maps. And let's see how these two teams are doing. Of course, Mid-Meta bringing their usual brush and Julie's special. But teams have to pay attention to. I mean, they go in fast, they go in hard.
Yeah, I mean, Mid-Meta is definitely to be on the hyper aggressive here against Scooter Emoji. They had the weapon come to back it up, but it seems that they're the first ones to go down in their attempts to really get this opening wide open. But in a swing of a shift of dramatic events, 3 down for Scooter Emoji, and Mid-Meta takes the zone.
Yeah, huge push in, and now Isabel just going back to get the tactical was able to get in. Scooter Emoji forced to fight to paint around just to get comfortable in their own spawn. The Reef Slider doesn't find the mark, but Isabel is able to get the kill anyways. And now that the water is dropping, it looks like Mid-Meta are still in control with advantage. As I say that, they lose both their frontliners. Can Scooter Emoji get the opportunity to go back to the zone?
Yeah, this could be their good opportunity to do that. 2 down for Mid-Meta, and with Tactical online for Scooter Emoji, they can definitely move in to try and press the advantage here, but 2 down in the process on their side. Isabel just on a rampage with those Dapple dualies, just keep getting pick after pick after pick. No one can keep up with their pacing here, and Scooter Emoji is running out of time. There's only 10 ticks remaining on the zone. They had to move in now if they want to stay alive for a little bit longer, but 2 down, and once again, Mid-Meta takes this game with a wipe out at the end.
What a way to open a set, Doc. What a way.
Oh, I don't even know how. There's just so much that happened. Mid-Meta just moved so fast there that it's just their opponents were just unable to keep up. Scooter Emoji really had no breathing room whatsoever. I feel like I was looking up and they're constantly down 1 or 2 players.
Here's the thing, the pairing of Isabel and Lulu, between the Julies and the Brush, they're constantly running forward. You're constantly in a fight when you're fighting this team. And they are so good at constantly going in, making sure that every move you make or don't make is dangerous for you. And meanwhile, behind them, there's Tommy Echo and Cece, who are incredibly solid and making sure that whatever happens, Lulu and Isabel can jump back in and do that again and again and again and again. It is so hard because even if you're able to get both frontliners down, and Scooter Emoji managed to do that at some point, it didn't matter. They were not able to push from that fight one. They were not able to get in because then they had to face the backline, and the backline was simply not moving back, was simply getting the jumps back in, keeping control of the zone. At Scooter Emoji right now, they need to change things a bit, and we're going to a new map.
Yeah, new map, relatively speaking. Anyways, those maps were only a month old at this point, just about. I haven't seen it get played at all in the games that I've casted so far, so this is gonna be new for me. I really have no idea how this game is gonna be applied to a Splatoon 1 map here, but we'll see exactly how things will be going out. Mid-Meta already trying to do their best here to get those just sneaky picks from the front lines, trying to go in and out, bob and weave, but not committing just yet.
Oh yeah, and the Brush coming in, activating the hammer, is finding one, looking to get another. Oh, what a throw! Lobbing above the cooler for the kill, and now Mid-Meta has full control of the map. Scooter Emoji were able to score some points, but Mid-Meta has control.
Yeah, now it's Scooter Emoji's turn. Time to try and break through this wall once again. Mid-Meta has such a solid hold in the front line. The Reef Slider going in deep, but does not get anyone, and is immediately punished with 3 down on their side. Scooter Emoji moving in quickly to try to take the zone as fast as they can, so they can try and recontest that lead once again.
Yeah, huge move right there by Scooter Emoji, able to get the splats, get forward, get the zone. They don't have that much penalty, so now they're gonna score points. They could get the lead, Doc.
But in the
oh.
nick of time, Scooter Emoji, unfortunately, is not able to hold it not just long enough. Mid-meta takes the zone once again, is already back into position yet again here on this choke point to just keep Scooter Emoji pressed back as further as they can. The Reslider does go in for not to get one, but in the midst of all that chaos, 3 is down for Scooter Emoji. Mid-meta is just all over the place right now.
Yeah, they are so fast and they're constantly going in over and over right there. Look at Isabel forced to move out because of a special, biding their time and trying to find another flank. Look at that brush flank coming again. They're behind everybody, ready to punish. Can Scooter Emoji paint it down? Yes, they're able to apply penalty, but they lost 2 players. Make that 3. It's only the Stamper left to defend the zone right there. They're forced out. Beautiful jump out.
Yeah, they got the zone, but at what cost? They bought themselves a little bit of extra time here, and maybe it's exactly the time they need as we see 2 down from mid-meta. Scooter Mochi now has the keys on the car right now and are looking to try and drive away this game right here with this new holding here. Mid-meta playing, slowing it down just a little bit, and with that brush down, that is a key factor of their offense gone. But 2 down from Scooter Mochi means that they might have to struggle a little bit on the zone hold.
Yeah, and right now mid-meta able to retake control. The Reslider is going in, not finding that much right now, but Isabel is still in there, getting into more fights, punishing even more. And now that's full map control for mid-meta once again. And look at the score, Dark, look at the score, there isn't much time left.
Yeah, that's about a 40-point differential here, and with 2 minutes remaining, it's not a good sign, especially with the penalty points almost as good as gone as this point. Mid-meta now closing in this gap right here to try and close out this game, and with 2 down for Scooter Emoji, I believe that's going to seal their fate. Mid-meta having control of this game yet again.
That is a 2-0 for mid-meta, but Scooter Emoji able to do a bit better than in game number 1, able to get pushes, able to learn a bit how to fight this team. Now, they need to learn even more. They need to put it all in motion and win the whole game because they are back to the wall, Dark.
Yeah, this is match point for them. So if they do lose this next game, Scooter Emoji will be out, and mid-meta moves on to our next round of this bracket here. So this is do or die for them. And with how fast they've been playing, it's kind of hard because I'm having a hard time keeping up with everything that mid-meta has been doing and all these plays that's been going on with them on their side, you know? So I can only imagine how Scooter Emoji is feeling right now. And now I'm trying to keep up with mid-meta because, man, it's a lot. They move really fast.
They move fast. They move all around you now. Going on to Hagglefish Market. It's a simpler map. It's a map where you can't really sneak your way past your opponent because it's very open. There's 3 hallways. So you sneaking your way past one of these 3 hallways demands really to create a lot of chaos. And we know mid-meta can do it. But Scooter Emoji are starting to get used to it, and I expect them to be able to at least see mid-meta coming and be ready to have countermeasures.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time to put those countermeasures in place, you know, even though and realistically speaking, the past 2 games have been kind of on the shorter side, so you don't have that much data to go off of, you know. You still get the general idea of what mid-meta is going to do, what they have been doing, and what they will do for this next game here. So it's really up to Scooter Emoji here to really try and lock in on what they've done in the past and fix those mistakes here, because this is do or die.
Yep, do or die indeed. Let's get right back into the game, Dark. And not much, no change in terms of comps, I think. It's very much the ink that's about to talk as both teams are trying to go in, and it looks like Scooter Emoji are trying to push in, are trying to be the ones attacking. Oh, the hammer is not going to find the mark. Lulu is forced out right there, but he's trying to be cheeky, is not going to find the splat, and right now it's Scooter Emoji taking control.
Yeah, flip of the script this time around. Scooter Emoji is now on the offensive, being the ones to keep mid-meta out of the game for as long as they can. But on the backside, Lulu with the paintbrush goes in, gets at least one pick before going down for a one-for-one trade. And now they're able to recap the zone, at least deal a decent chunk of penalty points to Scooter Emoji. And now they're still able to hold on to this mid zone for a little bit longer, still running away with these points now. That lead is closing before Scooter Emoji finally takes back the zone.
Yeah, we have a standstill right now. Both teams on each side of the zone trying to get control, trying to find their way forward, forced to dodge the missiles. And right now, Scooter Emoji are holding the zone, making a few more points, almost done with a penalty, but they lose one player and mid-meta are pushing in, taking control over the zone. Almost taking control over the zone, actually.
Both of these two teams are fighting tooth and nail with the Booyah Bomb going down with the Reef Slider one-for-one trade. That is a huge trade-off there, but Scooter Emoji is still holding control of this zone right now. Meta struggling to keep up a little bit right now with Scooter Emoji's own pressure, and even though they have tactical, they're forced to back up by the 10 missiles here, and now those 20 points are good enough for Scooter Emoji, so they're looking to further extend their lead even now.
Yeah, and Scooter Emoji right now trying to paint the zone, trying to keep their control. They're going to have to let penalty be, and they lose a few too many players, which means mid-meta, it's their turn to be on the driving seat now.
Yeah, not a lot of penalty points means that they were able to get to those actual real points more quickly than Scooter Emoji, and now that lead's about to get swapped here. If Scooter Emoji is not too careful, that lead is swapped with the Reef Slider going down for a one-for-one trade. Now Tactical and Booyah Bomb are being popped here to at least try and make sure they can at least recontest this zone at the very least here, but it doesn't seem like they can get to that, as even though mid-meta is backed up a little bit, they were able to just lure Scooter Emoji in and get a one-for-one trade on the right-hand side here before retaking the zone once again.
Yeah, and mid-meta is keeping the zone right there. Scooter Emoji are fighting, trying to get their way forward, but mid-meta are still in control. 2 minutes and some left in this game, and Scooter Emoji able to get a triple. That is huge. Mid-meta is forced out as the Scooter Emoji are now painting everything in yellow and preparing their defense of the zone.
Yeah, this hold here is going to be very important. There's not a lot of points between these two teams right now, so Scooter Emoji, if they play their cards right, they can absolutely run away with the lead swap here. And the Stamper goes down, and they are able to take the lead right in the nick of time, but at the cost of 3 going down. That's a delayed wipeout. Meta struck back and struck hard, and now they're looking to be the ones to hold this zone here.
I don't think mid-meta minds that much that they lost the lead. Look at that, they're almost done with their penalty already. They took so much control over the map with that Reef Slider, and now they have the lead back and they get more splats. Mid-meta, they got the momentum back. They're all forward, and right now, Scooter Emoji trying to get the Booyah Bomb gets punished for it, will not get the zone. This is so rough. Ali and Jiki, the last standing for Scooter Emoji trying to get in, but I feel like it's too late, Dark.
Yeah, it was looking so good for Scooter Emoji there. They had the cards in their hand to absolutely run away with this game, but things were starting to fall apart at the very end. And mid-meta, even though they had a rocky start on their side, they realized what was happening with Scooter Emoji, what they figured out against them, and made the adjustments mid-game and just managed to take it out at the very end.
I mean, I'd like to say, Scooter Emoji, they beat their seed to be here, and during that whole set, we saw them improve, we saw them get better and better each game. But as you said, mid-meta, they were much better at the start of this set, and in the end, they figured it out, they adapted, and they beat that new Scooter Emoji that was improving. Like, I mean, we'll keep an eye on Scooter Emoji. Great players doing better and better each tournament, but mid-meta is the team that is going to advance. On to winners, finals. With that's not much of a surprise, Dark.
Yeah, I mean, right out the gate, mid-meta showed exactly they have what it takes to take this tournament here today, and so it... not to say anything against Scooter Emoji, they tried their best and they actually made it this far for a very good reason,
Yeah.
But mid meta just out the gate, just guns blazing, just took away the set without too many issues. And man, oh man, Scooter Emoji, I have faith that you guys will do great things, but mid meta did an extraordinary job today.
Yeah, great games. We'll see more soon. We'll be going to the winners finals right after this short break. It will be mid-meta versus whoever wins between the other semis. That's Frutella or Pathway.
Mm-hmm.
talking in my ear. No, is it near the end? Fade out till I disappear. No, look the other way. You meet you face to face. Words they float away when I'm losing the race. 'Cause I can't play this game. 'Cause I'm still afraid the things you say, hiding numbers to my days. What if you doubt yourself? Things will never be the same.
Bear with me, don't gotta worry for the both of us. Put you in the driver's seat, don't gotta hurry and I need love.
Yeah, 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 find you. I'm used to waiting. Are you? Would you be waiting there too?
and welcome back to Triton-Cup 108. I am Pat, still with Dark, and we are now in the winners' finals, ready to watch our number one seed team, Frutella, going against our number 2 seed team in meta. We've had a few upsets on the way, but in the end, it's the tier 2 seed that managed to make it to the winners' finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be a very exciting match to see here. I mean, Frutella, they are actively trying to qualify for the Splatoon World Series right now, so there's a lot on this line to prove that they can actually make it through this round after not qualifying last weekend, right?
Yeah.
And mid-meta, we saw that just their prowess already in the last set, so they're definitely be making Frutella work very hard for this victory here.
Yeah, for sure. We have two great teams showing great prowess, and I mean that's a good rehearsal because the next for the qualifier, these two teams will both be vying for the spot. So it's going to be a hard fought to show who's boss right here on splat zones. And let me look at the map list. We're going to start again with Urchin Underpass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I still am not sure what the main things these teams want to try and do on Urchin Underpass zones specifically. One thing I did want to note, though, from at least from the last game, is that I saw that at least against the team that mid-meta was up against in the last set, that people weren't really utilizing a lot of the left and right flanks that this map has really opened up the opportunities for. I think one of the downsides of the map design from this game here is that people have often tried to kind of just focus down on mid and running through mid, and now that we have a proper map with a proper options to go around mid, people aren't kind of thinking about that anymore. So I do wonder if that's going to be another trend we see here on this next on our next game.
Yeah, well, we're talking about top teams. I think they know how to do a flank. And as you said, I think this is a map that will make that happen a lot, that we might see a lot of flanks coming, a lot of fights all around the zone, because as you said, it's so easy to go around. And one thing I've noticed is that the trees that are surrounding the zone, they provide a lot of cover and they allow frontliners to really cut the distance, go around with a bit of cover that's just enough to allow them to pass through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think all around the terrain on this map specifically is very interesting. It's a breath of fresh air comparing it to what we've had up to this point for majority of the maps, anyways. So it's always exciting to see maps with that, and it has like a lot of like just good choices with their design and whatnot, and I think part of that also just makes it a more entertaining game and set to watch. I mean, meta has shown that they can play around a lot of these weird angles and these like bit more wide open areas to probably use their advantage. I mean, we saw from the last game the reef slider going down from like on towards the one of the left or right ramps all the way down to the upper platform in that main mid choke point to apply a lot of pressure, which I feel like is not something you really see happen in a lot of other maps.
Yeah, very much. I mean, that's again the playstyle of mid meta that really allows them to go forward, get more speed, maintain a lot of aggro all the time now, facing Frutella, of course, as we were talking about, an incredibly solid team that is ready for that is going to wait them at every corner and be ready to take every fight with them. I'm really looking forward to see how these two teams fare against each other.
Mm-hmm. It's for winners finals. I am very much excited to see how this setup plays out. I mean, it's a number 1 seed versus no number 2 seed, so it's obviously going to be a very interesting set nonetheless. But already with no more time wanting to waste here, we see these teams are going to be at the ready with sort of an interesting combo on the side of Frutella.
Yeah. Frutella bringing the Dapples and 2 Slushers. That's that's quite the comp right there. The Dapples to provide both the beacons and the tactical crowning right there. Going around, that's, I mean, I haven't seen these Dapples that much, but I guess they're here.
Yeah, the vanilla Dapple Dualies has definitely been outshunned by a lot of better, cooler options here, and it might be, we might be seeing exactly why it's kind of getting outshunned, as Frutella is struggling a little bit here, at taking the zone, but they were able to recap it at the very least, as mid-meta was able to push back, and now they're being the ones trying to fight on this mid here. Frutella being the ones giving mid-meta a taste of their own medicine here for a little bit.
Yeah, and Frutella has kept control of the zone right there. Mid-meta not really able to push forward right now. We see them trying to get into the fight. Tommy Echo alone with that pro, completely surrounded, able to get one splat and able to get some more, but not enough. Oh wait, Lulu is on the zone. That's a cap, but that's 23 points remaining for Frutella.
Yeah, a very good hold by Frutella here. Now it's mid-meta's chance and opportunity here to be the ones to try and lock this out here, because we've seen their prowess already in the previous set. Once they get set up, they can absolutely run away with the game here, but it might be a bit harder than they initially anticipated, as Frutella was able to retake the zone almost instantly as they're getting these scatter picks, and now 2 down for mid-meta. It's Frutella's time to shine once again.
Huge moves by Frutella right now, but they have so much penalty to get rid of. Mid-meta has plenty of time to mount a push, prepare their way in, and here comes Isabel getting a trade right away, but the trade is not enough. Can Lulu get a bit more? Yes, Lulu able to get a splat right now, but Sissy gets splatted in the backline. Mid-meta getting control of the zone, but they're not gonna keep it very, very long if they lose their backlines right there. And Frutella are retaking control, are pushing again forward.
Yeah, I mean, the one upside there to that initial fight is that Frutella didn't actually have majority control of the zone there, so they weren't absolutely running away with those with a few additional points here. So there is some time for mid-meta to try and regroup, and with 3 down, this is absolutely the opportunity for them to strike at once and for all and get a solid hold here, as 2 goes down, unfortunately, for mid-meta. It is a scattered play here from mid-meta, as Frutella is doing everything they can to at least maintain contested on that zone here. But 2 down for Frutella means that mid-meta can finally wipe them out and take the zone.
And now it's mid-meta's turn to be in control, to have paint around, to create the aggro right there. Lulu gets picked right away by Aaron with the Tri-Slasher, but it's certainly not over. Frutella are back on the zone. Will they have the time to paint?
Yeah, 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. That is not a lot of time left in this match now. But Frutella's own Slasher here are trying to go in on the deep end, see if they can apply some pressure. And they did manage to retake the zone at least a little bit, could make it so that they have buy themselves a little bit extra time. But Esmond with the reslider comes in, does not get anyone that gets punished immediately. That is not what you want to see. With 3 down for mid-meta, Frutella takes control of mid once again.
Yeah, that's huge control for Frutella right there. We have less than a minute and a half in the game. And that's another splat by Frutella, who take control. Very nice super jump to the side. You were talking about the flanks right there. Frutella are trying to push through that flank, but Isabel is answering. Isabel going in, getting a trade and forcing Frutella to dance. But right now there isn't much time left. Only 10 ticks left on the zone, and mid-meta has nobody to paint. Very nice screen to end the game. Frutella takes game 1, Dark.
Oh man, what a back and forth game it was, but in the end, it is Frutella who came out on top here, and it is a very solid showing on there and right out the game. Mid-meta struggling a little bit keeping up with Frutella's own game plan here, but that's not to say that mid-meta doesn't have anything good going for them either. You know, they were able to get a decent amount of chunk of points off of Frutella and had a very decent hold and around the mid game there, but Frutella was able to recover from that and it was able to punish them properly.
Yeah, very nice opening right there by Frutella. And that was Urchin Underpass. I mean, this is honestly a cool map to watch, and I hope we add it to our overlay soon so we can watch some more of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, new map. It is still not that unreasonable that we don't have the exact
Yeah.
assets ready at the moment. You know, it also has been a busy time for the community with so many like big tournaments going on and about that. You know, it's kind of understandable that all the assets aren't at the ready yet, but I'm sure given time we'll have that beautiful map on our overlay here in I don't know, it's an unsurmountable amount of time here. But no, that was our first game here. We're moving quickly to game number 2, which is going to be Hagglefish Market, and I am eager to see exactly if there's going to be any major adjustments from either team.
I don't think we see the doubles again. No, we don't see the doubles again. It's going to be a pencil, a bit more of a conventional comp for Frutella, who still have the double slusher, though. The tri-slusher, the new tri-slusher is still coming back, and I love to see it. That new tri-slusher is fast, is feisty, and is really a cool weapon to watch and play.
Yeah, the Ash Try is very interesting. I initially waved it off, but I see more and more people use it and say that it actually cooks, and we might see it actually have some success here as Frutella is able to take that first zone cap and are still running away with these initial points. And now Midmeta trying to do their best using Refighter to recap the zone, but they turns their contest there. But 2 down from Banana means that Frutella maintains their solid hold in mid.
Huge move by Frutella right there, making the points. But Minmeta has respawned instantly. They're already back into the fight and ready to contest the zone once again. Isabel trying to go in, but they don't have that much range with the doubles right there. As Minmeta is taking control of the zone.
Yeah, a good flip on their side, giving Frutella a chunk of poly points on their own team, and now it's going to be a fight to see who can retake the zone at the very least. Meta trying their absolute best to see if they can contest it, but no, Frutella pushes to the back, especially with the spatter screen wall. Now Meta is forced back onto their own spawn area. The Tri-Ash is on the deep end, gets one, tries to jump out before eventually going down for a 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, yeah, and that's 3 down onto Frutella right now. Meta are going to retake the zone despite the strikes to slow them down, and they're back on the attack. Lulu's getting the splat on the super jump. That is pretty big, but the slusher is back on the zone, forced out. Meta still keeping control, no penalty applied, and that brush was a bit too far in, I guess.
Yeah, maybe going a little bit overzealous at sometimes, but you know, sometimes you do have to take that gamble in a game like this. And Meta, that gamble might have played off as Frutella. It was a bit scattered, not exactly being able to cap the zone, finally being able to cap that zone there, buy them a little bit of extra time for them, especially with those penalty points there. Add a little few extra seconds there could be the difference here. Now with one pick in favor of Meta, they could absolutely run away with his lead here.
Yeah, and that's no penalty left on Frutella, but 3 players down once again. Minmeta. I mean, Minmeta, when they move forward, when they win the fight, they snowball it. They go in so hard, so fast.
Yeah, I mean, Meta moves as a unit together, especially with their weapon comp there, the brush and the dabble duelist. You need to have that cohesion to play it properly. And what a shot here from the Ultra Stab from downtown. Meta is still struggling to keep up with the zone for the big matter for Frutella, but that snipe rider gone. It means that they're able to press the advantage and keep it under the name and take the lead.
Ooh, yeah, they take the lead, and it's 2 versus 2 right now. Meta still trying to defend that zone, but Frutella going in. Very nice moves with the slusher, allowing the rest of the team to paint. This is not over, certainly, as the Frutella are trying to claw their way back. And I mean, it's been so back and forth. There isn't that much penalty, Doc.
No, there's not. I mean, their penalty points are good as gone at right now. 15-point differential. They can absolutely run away with this lead swap here if Meta isn't fast enough. But they're getting picked off one by one. They're staggering a little bit. That's not a good sign. And with Tactical online, Frutella can absolutely press the advantage here without any repercussions. And now there's only 20 points remaining on their side. Meta has to move now if they want to try and take away this game here. And that first try, Sasha going down, is a huge pick on their side. But 2 down from Meta means that they might not have the fighting part to go here. There's only 5 seconds. And no, they do manage to take the zone in the nick of time, buy themselves some extra time.
One more minute in this game. We don't get a KO yet. It's mid-meta getting back control over the zone, and they're pushing in. They know that they need to take all the control they can because they don't have much time. They need to paint all around, but Frutella is already coming back onto there with all of their specials. They're going to retake the zone, and it's 2 down onto Frutella. Very nice shot across the screen, but that's not enough. Frutella is still in control of the zone.
Yeah, and a little bit of the scary thing here for Frutella is the fact that they use 2 of their specials to try and take this zone, but at the end of it, they still don't have proper control here. Now mid-meta with Tacticaler, and with a few players down on Frutella's side, they can absolutely press this advantage here to try and secure an overtime scenario, and this might go into overtime if mid-meta can actually secure this zone here, but Frutella is playing it slow, playing it steady, see if they can actually put themselves in position to get that overtime victory and deny it, and that they do!
Very nice cap and control by Frutella. We really have 2 philosophies right there, Dark, of mid-meta being incredibly explosive and Frutella being incredibly solid. In the end, it's the solidity that is working a tiny bit better on splat zones, but it is not over. We are now going to what I like to call the Frutella special, which is Flounder Heights.
Oh, Flounder Heights zones. I hardly ever get the chance to cast you, my beloved, but I absolutely love this map.
Yes.
I have always been a big fan of 2-zone maps on paper.
Yes.
I think they're always so fun and interesting to watch, even though a lot of the community don't like them, and I'm like, all right, whatever, where's your whimsy, right? But this is gonna be, I can already feel like this is definitely gonna be a very fun and interesting game to watch.
As a spectator, I love this map so much. Hate to play on it, but I love to see other people suffer on this map. And yeah, the 2 zones always make the map more interesting to watch because there's more happening. There's more to invest and to do to get control, to apply penalty, and we see more fights, more movements as a whole team to really take or keep control on these maps. And of course, Flounder Heights means you need a perfect push in order to take control of the zones. You need a perfect push in order to get back onto this map. And these 2 teams, they're able to do those things. They're able to really create their own opportunities, find their way onto there. So I'm not that worried, but for sure, it makes incredibly high stakes games.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Can you be heard on stream, or do we have to repeat that? Okay, so we're getting notified that Frutella has a 100% win rate on this map mode against pencils because they like to bring heavy edits. We'll see if the heavy edit is coming. It is coming. That is a banger comp by Frutella. On the other side, it's double cooler with Isabel switching to the red apples. Both teams have brought the vanilla apples. I love it.
Yeah, Vanilla Devils, as I mentioned earlier, is that it's kind of fallen off due to better, cooler options being in the game now. But it might be serve some niche here, as both these 2 teams are just struggling to fight this mid to try and gain control over the zones here. But it seems that mid meta wants to get fleshed out properly first. But Frutella going down 2 in this opening gambit.
Yeah, and right now Frutella with a very nice control. I can hear the hammer. The hammer is not going to find its target. And Frutella is maintaining full control of top mid-meta. Are struggling right now, but they're close to their specials. Can they find their way forward? Here comes the crab tank. The crab tank is shredded, destroyed instantly. Right now, Frutella are simply keeping control, getting more and more, winning every single fight, dog.
I mean, we're seeing the stat be proven true already. This heavy-headed comp from Frutilla and this map mode has shown exactly why they apparently have a 100% win rate in the past. And now, even though mid-meta is finally able to maintain control or take control of the zones here, giving a heavy amount of penalty points to Frutilla, it is not without their own losses. They're still down one player. They're still spread across the entirety of this map. Frutilla is still in a much better position here.
Yeah. I mean, Frutella right there. They have to make do with a penalty now. And Lulu is lurking around trying to find something, but is forced out every single time. Lulu is going to try for the other zone. Is going to get it, but with 2 players down, mid-meta is forced out. Frutella maintaining their control and pushing in with the Tri-Slasher, trying to shoo the opponent away. The hammer is deployed, but the hammer is deployed so far from the zone, it's not gonna find anything, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, mid-meta is struggling to find anything right now. They're so sped on this map that Frutilla is able to run away with those penalty points. And even though they were dealt a 50 penalty point on their initial recap from mid-meta, Frutilla's already gone through that, and now there's only 23 points remaining on their side, and a big fight happened on the right-hand zone here, and mid-meta comes out on top of that fight here, but Frutilla is still holding strong with this left-hand zone, so they're going to be able to at least stall it out and make sure they can get a proper push coming in here. Screen is being used, tactical is being used, stress are being used left and right, but Frutilla comes out on this top, and there's only 18 points remaining.
Yeah, but the brush is behind them on the other zone. Right now, Frutilla will get rid of that brush and with a wipeout. That's a 3-0 for Frutilla. I mean, I know Frutilla was the favorite in this, according to the seeding, but I thought it would have been closer, Dark.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these last 2 games, mid-meta shown to be relatively neck and neck with Frutilla, even though Frutilla has been won the last 2 games rather consistently. But this game, this third game just completely turned that around. It made it seem like Frutilla was the one on top throughout the majority of the set. Mid-meta was struggling, and it's just that... you can tell that Frutilla knows exactly this is the comp they want to do if they ever see this map mode.
Yeah, and I believe we're going to have to go to a very short break because the losers bracket semis is waiting for us. So we'll take a very short break so we can set up the lobby, and we'll be right back.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, in between. I'm Dark. I'm here with Pam. We're here with our next round here down in losers bracket, a rematch from a game we saw earlier: Wolf Emoji versus Pathway.
Yeah, I mean, last time they played, it was on stream and it went to a game 5. I believe it was a reverse sweep in favor of Pathway. Yeah, in favor of
Yeah.
Pathway. So
Yeah.
there's a lot at stake, a lot of pride between these two teams. We'll see who is able to come out of on top. This time there isn't much room. It's not gonna go to a game 5 because it's a best of 3. We are in a losers bracket, Doc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is do or die for either of these two teams here. No more second chances to try and rematch it once again. Whoever loses here is done for the remainder of the tournament. And now, with a best of 3 instead of a best of 5, there's definitely a lot more pressure this time around. So here we are. Our first map of this set's gonna be Barnacle and Dime. And man, oh man, I don't think there could be a better map to start it out on.
Yeah, it's a great map to see good teams play on. All 3 of these maps that we have for the best of 3 right here are very much the 3 most classic map of Splat Zones in this game, I think. Like, I've seen them so much, and for these top teams, they have refined all their strategies a lot on here, which means we'll get to see the best Splatoon we can get.
Mm-hmm. And out the gate, both of these two teams are running for that zone. We're going to see exactly who's going to get that crucial first pick and snowball it into an advantage point on their side. Wolf Emoji does get the first zone hold on their side, but Pathway is going to split the zone once again on their side. It's a bit of a stalemate here. Neutral game on both sides. Specials are being used left and right, and no one has gone out just yet.
Yeah, and here comes the Kraken by Wolf Emoji trying to create some space. They're gonna go in as Pathway painting around, maintaining their presence. Nice moves with Virginia right there. Pathway very much maintaining their control here and forcing Wolf Emoji to think twice before going in. Wolf Emoji is forced out right now.
Yeah, Pathway has setting up really good here. 2 down from Wolf Emoji means that they can absolutely try and get themselves into a lockout position here. But Crab Tank is at the ready for Wolf Emoji here. They can try and reclaim some turf that's been lost in the process here. But I personally think it was popped a little bit too early. There's still players down and not properly regrouped with them. But this tactical here could actually remedy some of that time lost here and try moving here. But in defense of all that, Pathway was able to take it all the way down to 36 points remaining.
Yeah, and the zone is only neutral with... Okay, now the zone is no longer neutral. That's a wipeout by Wolf Emoji taking full control and already pushing very deep under the spawn of Pathway. Pathway able to get a splat, and they have 2 specials ready. I guess we are going to see us push right away.
Yeah, Booyah Bomb being used and the Ink Strikes being used in retaliation to try and push out that Booyah Bomb as early as they can be. Pathway is struggling to keep up the zone here and finally being able to control it as Wolf Emoji is slowly losing players one by one, but not without taking their own picks on their side, especially with Tactical Online. They can absolutely go on the aggression without too many repercussions here. And it is still a bit of a stalemate here on mid, but there's just being slats after slats after slats from either side. There's no one truly in control right now. There's still players from either side just fighting it out tooth and nail in mid here.
What a team fight right there. It's Wolf Emoji that's going to stand on top of the zone, and they get a few extra splats right now. 2 down, and they're under the opponent spawn with a tactical right now to help with that, and a Crab Tank to keep the opponent in there. That is huge lockdown by Wolf Emoji going in thanks to the strikes moving inside.
And we see here on the deep end, Wolf Emoji's own bucket player getting 1, getting 2, getting 3, take lead is taken. Pathway's now on the back foot here, finally going down. The damage has been done. There's only 26 remaining on this side. Wolf Emoji needs to make sure they can hold this strong here before Pathway can properly regroup.
There isn't time to regroup now. They need to go in, but Wolf Emoji is defending well, and that's going to be game number 1. Wolf Emoji, with a huge pop off by their slusher, are able to get the first game.
Man, oh man. At first, it was Pathway's game there. They're bringing their hold all the way down to 36 points remaining off their initial push, initial fight there. That was a very solid opening, but Wolf Emoji came out in the later half of that game and just stayed there cool, found the opportunity to strike, and struck twice as hard when they had the opening.
Yeah, I mean, that was really that big fights. Pathway had good control over the map, but were incredible when it was in terms of painting, in terms of coordination. But Wolf Emoji, that was just brute strength, pure firepower that was shown right there. The ability to splat their way forward that allowed them to really take control of the map. Now, going on to Mahi Mahi Resort, we're gonna see more team fights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, now this is when things are really gonna start heating up. Mahi Mahi really is a very fun map. For multiple reasons. Typically, what I've seen and noticed throughout my time viewing this game is the fact that whoever can get that first solid hold on mid and the zone here can typically ride it all the way out to that first 40 points where the water level drops at the 60-point mark. And then once that map opens up, that's when things really start exploding from there on out. This map is very small and very tight beforehand, though, so it's going to be very much a fight of who can get that first hold first.
Yeah, and being able to fight before the water drops can really decide a lot about the dynamic of the game, because the team that's able to make the water drops has a lot of control at a moment where there's a lot to paint around for more specials. And you tend to underestimate the importance of the early game because, I mean, that's not when the game ends, and the end of the game is where you decide the winner. But the early game can really set things up a lot, and the team usually that gets the water to drop gets a lot of special for free, gets a lot of, gets pretty much an extra push. That's a good thing to have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just this map is very. I always found it so interesting for so many reasons. There's just so much that goes on and playing this map here. So now moving on to having this as your game too. I truly think this is where we can see how these teams react to each other on the second time around to see exactly what adjustments can be made, especially with just some of the very just strong pushing power this map can have happen sometimes.
Yeah, and right now both of these teams are waiting for the opportunity. Here comes the crab tank by Wolf Emoji, creating a lot of space for the team and getting a splat with that. That's huge way in, but everybody is falling down right now. There's a lot of players down on both sides, but Wolf Emoji are still in control of mid.
Yeah, Wolf Emoji doing their best to just maintain at least some semblance of presence here in mid, but Pathway throwing the Booyah Bomb, going on the deeper end side to go very aggressive to push Wolf Emoji out, but the Kraken comes out on their side to just cause some distractions, and there's just so much people all around them that Pathway kind of got lost in the sauce there as Wolf Emoji just holds the zone once again and pushes Pathway out.
Yeah, Pathway still fighting to get back on the zone, but Wolf Emoji are in control right now with 2 players down on Pathway. They are pushing in, trying to punish the Tacticula, but not able to. Wolf Emoji right now, they're making good points.
Mm-hmm. That first water drop is now down, and Wolf Emoji is still running away with these points. 40 points remaining. Pathway has to do something now if they want to stay alive for this set. 1 game more, but 30 points remaining. Things are not looking good. Bubbler and Booyah Bomb are being used to try and contest this zone here. They might be able to at least give Wolf Emoji a hefty amount of penalty points, but the painting power from Wolf Emoji is too strong. They're not able to cap the zone. The Kraken comes out. They get Mondi as they go in for another 2 down for Pathway. Wolf Emoji is looking to win this game and close it out here and now with those pigs after pigs after pigs. Wolf Emoji runs away with the second game and sends Pathway packing.
Very nice game by Wolf Emoji. I mean, they really took control of this map. They really got everything going their way, didn't let the other team do anything. Once they were in control of the map, once they were in the right positions, they really decided how each fight was going to go. which means they get the 2-0 and qualified for the lower bracket finals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, oh man, this definitely was a very interesting set. Wolf Emoji just holding it steady, not letting Pathway shake him up too much. It got a little bit dicey occasionally, especially on that first game, maybe less so in the second game there. Pathway has a lot of fight in them, but Wolf Emoji were just able to anchor themselves on the zone and just keep things calm, cool, and collected and rode their path to victory.
Yeah, very nice victory by Wolf Emoji, but they have more work to do, Dark. We are now going into the top 3. They'll have to face mid-meta.
Yeah, I mean, what is there to say about mid meta that hasn't already been said already? They are very hyper aggressive, just holding forward team here. And even though they haven't had a chance to fight mid meta just yet, I don't believe, it's still definitely a scary thing to see here. I mean, this team is the team that lost in winners finals, so you know that they have something in them that took them this far at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna set the lobby and we'll be right back with exactly that. And welcome back to Triton Cup. We are now in the top 3. It's going to be the losers finals, mid meta versus Wolf Emoji. Winner will go to Grand's, loser goes home. I am Pat again with Dark, ready to watch these two incredible teams fight it out.
Yeah, I mean, so far these sets we've been watching from all these teams have been nothing short but extraordinary. There's so many going for each of these teams that, in their own unique way, that it's going to be a very entertaining set for the next few games to see exactly how it all plays out. We've seen Med Meta already, and we've seen Wolf Emoji already, so we have a good idea as to what's to come here. Med Meta with their just hyper aggressiveness, right, and Wolf Emoji just doing what they're good at. It's just, I'm so ready for this, especially with our first map mode. Is going to be our first map is going to be Flounder Heights.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Flounder Heights. It's coming back. Meta just had a rough game on Flounder. We'll see if they're able to do better, if they learned it a bit. That being said, I don't think we've seen Wolf Emoji go on there. Who put that on the map list, by the way? It was mid-meta. Mid-meta chose to have this map here.
Yeah, they've seen what some of their weaknesses have been can be done here on Mid-Meta has seen some of their weaknesses here on Flounder Heights, so it's definitely going to be a question of can they make their adjustments here, especially if they're planning on moving on forward to face Frutella again, who just absolutely dominated the last time they're on this map mode. This is definitely their chance to try and reconvene some of that experience lost here, and there is a few interesting weapon changes from a Wolf Emoji as well. I believe that's the first time we're seeing the Rapid Pro coming out.
Yeah, but that's not Wolf Emoji, that's mid-meta actually. We got our colors mixed up, but it's fine. Mid-meta in blue are now pushing around, dancing around. That brush is getting a lot of attention, but meanwhile the rest of the zone is kind of contested. Both teams are not able to really take control as it happens much on this map. And right now, Wolf Emoji are on top of their zone, still trying to push in.
Yeah, it's so far a neck-and-neck game. Both of these two teams have just been getting trade after trade, constantly at an even contention for the zone, for just area control here, for these player numbers. So once again, a one-for-one trade here. No one's been able to score any points yet. It's been already 1 minute into this game here, but it seems that Wolf Emoji is finally able to push through at least a little bit to contest this zone here, but it's not they aren't able to cap it just yet. Red Meta's on the backslide, being able to contest their own whole enemy zone here, and it's just back and forth between these two teams.
And that's -1 point by Wolf Emoji, but they're able to finally get a lot of control. CC's the last squid standing for mid-meta is going to be pushed out. Wolf Emoji takes control of mid right there and are going to score points. And oh, they get extra splats right now. They're going to take a lot of control. Whoa!
I think that's the second time I've ever seen a -1 point on a zone game here, but Wolf Emoji is definitely not letting them shake them at all. They're just keeping mid-meta down and just confined to their own spawn here, but it seems Isabel is here on the Napadores once again trying to go and work their magic here, but unfortunately gets caught out here, and Wolf Emoji is starting to run away with this game. 40 points remaining on their side. It's starting to look very dangerous for mid-meta.
Yeah, Wolf Emoji right now. They've dealt the damage, and now mid-meta, they only have one last shot to get at the zone, and they're gonna have to run forward. They need to get in. Only 10 ticks left for them to get forward. As mid-meta is getting to the zone, they're able to paint their zone, but they're not able to paint enough. Lulu getting in there with this brush. Can Lulu and Isabel capture the zone? What a move!
In the nick of time, they're able to save themselves and keep this game alive for a little bit longer. Mid-meta is not going down without a fight, especially in losers finals here. And Wolf Emoji, even though they have a heavy amount of 100 points on their side, from -1 to 1 point remaining, they're not going to let this game go just yet.
What a play by Min-Meta. They're alive, but they need more than that. And right now, as they have numbers advantage and a foothold on to top mid, they're going in. Very nice drop by the pro, by the shot. And they are taking more and more control. That shot is on fire right now.
Oh, they rampage in here, not wanting to lose this game now and there. Now that they're in this position here, especially with Tactical Online, they have a lot of leverage on their side to force these fights, force these trades, and be still on the advantage here. But both Emoji is using their own specials, Crab Tank on top of the splashdown. It's gonna be a zone flip on their side, so seeing if they can test the other zone here, and just like that, they're able to take the zone and give penalty points to mid-meta.
Yeah, Wolf Emoji right there, able to apply penalty, but mid-meta is still in the vicinity. That brush is still dancing, is going to be punished, but mid-meta has taken back control over the zone. Wolf Emoji needs to push again.
Yeah, the Zuka comes out narrowly avoiding with their life. Wolf Emoji does, as they're just trying to do their best. Play it slow, play it slowly. They have a huge lead on their side. They don't necessarily need to retake the zone at all. They can absolutely just make sure that at least one zone is on their side and just cruise on from there. But it seems that they are at least going to come to get the zone and decided right away with some points, making sure mid-meta can't absolutely run away with additional points.
Yeah, Wolf Emoji, very nice control by them. They know they don't need to score more points. And with less than 30 seconds in this game, all they need to do is keep one zone, their color, and they're going to win. And they do more than that. Wolf Emoji are pushed out. And right now, with Bazooka trying to find their way in, they're not able to get the splats. Wolf Emoji are still holding their zone, and with just a few seconds left, Isabel able to get one splat, but no two. It's going to be game number 1 for Wolf Emoji.
Oh, man, what a turnaround that could have been for mid-meta. With 1 point remaining, everything was on the line there for them to have. They needed a knockout to win there, and things were actually starting to look pretty good for them towards the later half of that game there. But Wolf Emoji knew their win condition. They didn't actually need a knockout. They just needed to make sure that mid-meta just doesn't get close to their points. And the thing is with 2 zone maps here is the fact that you can absolutely just ignore one zone without any repercussions. Just as long as you have one zone under your control and in your positions like that, you're going to win.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Wolf Emoji right there showing composure. Despite mid-meta creating a game that as chaotic as can be, Wolf Emoji were able to stay calm, remember how the objective works, stay on top of it, do exactly what they needed to keep control of the objective and not let mid-meta get their control, get their momentum. That's game number 1 for Wolf Emoji, but mid-meta, they showed us a bit of oomph there. They still have the opportunity to come back. Since we're in the final, it's best of 5 going on to Umami Runes, Dark.
Right back to another 2 zone map here, and I think this was a little bit different than Flounder Ride, specifically because the not only are the 2 zones are much closer to each other, meaning the main point of contention here is going to be the middle platform that separates the 2 zones, but also they're a lot smaller, so it's so much easier to actually constantly flip them back and forth between these 2. If I'm right, I'm pretty sure like even a blaster could like fight contesting a zone there with like a junior or something. That's how small these zones are.
Yeah, that's, as you said, pretty small zones. You can paint them fast. Just, I think, two fires from the pencil gets the zone, and then some paint around it as well. Let's see how it goes. Both of these teams are getting ready, and we're seeing a very classic comp from the Wolves, and meanwhile, the usual comp from mid-meta.
Yeah, both these two teams are confident in what they brought so far. They wanted to close this game out here and now, so why not rock with what's comfortable for the remainder of this tournament here, as both these two teams break away. 2 going down almost immediately to a beautiful hammer throw. That's the kind of opening you want to see from mid-meta.
Lulu with the incredible hammer right there is forcing Wolf Emoji out. That's how you open a game. I mean, but here comes the answer. 2 down, 3 down onto mid meta. Wolf emoji moving on as a team, winning the team fight, and now it's their turn to be in control.
Yeah, I mean, what a beautiful flip from Wolf Emoji, not letting that initial scenario get them down for too long, and because of that, they're
Ooh.
able to take the lead in the process. Now mid meta struggling to keep up here in mid. They're still Noctis in mid, trying to maintain the space and area control, but no, they do unfortunately go down almost immediately as mid meta retakes the zones.
Yeah, I mean, right now it is so back and forth, both teams taking the zone from each other, but it looks like Wolf Emoji right there has the numbers advantage and control over the zone. They're pushing forward. They're not able to keep Mineta from darping in, though. There will be fights all around. Lulu going in with the brush, punishing everybody. What a play. You can't let that brush get away with it. You need to see it coming.
And they were ready to keep their rampage going before getting shut down eventually here from a Wolf Emoji. And now Medmeta is going to be the one to retake the lead here if they can hold it just for a little bit longer. As that they do. Tactical are online for Wolf Emoji though, means that they can absolutely move in here without too many repercussions. And I did see Medmeta use the root side on the right hand side there of this map, which I think was kind of a waste there, especially with this retake here. Wolf Emoji almost immediately being able to take the 2 zones.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf Emoji right there. No penalty left. They're gonna score points. And with 3 minutes left in the game, Min-Meta needs to find a way to push in. Here comes the missiles. They're not gonna stop the lead. And now the brush is coming in with the hammer. You can't let the brush do that. You can't let the brush do that again.
Oh man, Lulu is just showing exactly their expertise on this brush, just being an utter thorn, make that a wasp with the side of Wolf Emoji's pain here, as Minmeta just keeps this control, keeps this rampage going before finally being shut down. And I do believe, I think this is where things are starting to turn in favor for Wolf Emoji once again, as they're able to not only able to retake the zone once again, they take it without losing the lead, which I think is crucial with how back and forth this game has been so far.
Yeah, and right now Wolf Emoji are back in control again. 2 minutes left in the game. 3 down onto them. Min-Meta again able to get their explosive pushes, able to get the splats, and it's their turn back on top of the zone. Dark.
Yeah, Crab Take now being used from Wolf Emoji to try and flush Minmeta out, but they have they're positioning really well here to not let it bother them too much and maintain proper control of the zones here. Penalty points are gone now. There's only a 10-point differential between these two teams that they can absolutely run away with this lead here. And Wolf Emoji does not want to let that happen. They're looking to try and maintain control, paint as much as they can. And with the tries and the splash down, they are able to take the zone right before they are able to lose the lead.
Yeah, and right now the missiles are being sent. They're able to find their mark right now. Min-Meta are back on the zone with some paint. I mean, it's been so back and forth, and the lead isn't that big, Dark.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is exactly why I love this map, specifically on Zones Path. This map, this turns games to such a flip-flop, constant back and forth, neck and neck scenario. That's so hard to tell who's going to be in the lead here, because we see there's just constant picks back and forth on either side, constant zone flips on either side, but we see a wipeout now, and Minmeta is going to be the one to take the lead here, and Wolf Emoji has to win here. There's only 30 seconds remaining.
Oh! Huge play by Min-Meta right there, keeping control. 30 seconds left, and Min-Meta is going more and more points. Can Wolf Emoji get back? The Crab Tank is allowing them to get a few splats, but they lose 2 players. They won't be able to get the zone. They won't get the zone. That's it. Min-Meta are still in control. No penalty. They're getting the KO for that.
Yeah, that Crab Take unfortunately could not have captured the zone quick enough there, meaning Minmeta was able to not only instantly retake the zone and put it back in their name, but punish the remainder of Wolf Emoji, getting pick after pick after pick, just leaving the lone player standing and not being able to have the painting pressure to be able to contest one zone, let alone 2. They were just able to ride that game to victory.
Yeah. 1-1 between these two teams. I mean, it's been so back and forth, Dark. We've seen so much between these two teams, so much action, so many fights, so many splats. And yeah, I mean, both of these teams like to go in, like to get into one more fight, and it's giving us a treat. It's like a fireworks. There's always something happening somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, these teams really want to go for that grand finals victory here and face off against Frutella, and I mean, it's showing that exactly that drive, that passion to take it that far here. But
Yeah.
they still have the remainder of the set to get through. And moving into game number 3, we're going to be seeing E-Plug Art Academy, which it's funny we're seeing this map because I personally call this map a 1.5 zone simply because of that tower taking up a lot of the
Yeah.
center space of the zone. That it might as well be a 2-zone map.
Hey, it might as well, but it's not, and that decides a lot in terms of the way the paint works. You really want to have your side of the tower painted, but you also need to push in if you want to get that control. Now, let's see how it goes. Lulu already dancing around, getting away with things you shouldn't get away with, and getting a splat, but it's only a trade. Nice answer by Wolf Emoji. Is it nice enough, though? Lots of players are falling down. Mid meta, well, mid meta are in control.
Yeah, a good opening on their side. Wolf Emoji forced back up and just played slow and steady right now and losing another player when now 10 missiles raining down on them. It is a good gambit on mid-meta's side, forcing Wolf Emoji to just slow down at the very least, forcing them to a stop here. But now perhaps they're being used here to try and at least contest the zone a little bit, but it may not be enough. Mid-meta's painting power is too much, and they 2 down for Wolf Emoji. Things are not looking good for them.
Yeah, right now, mid-meta, with the control getting so much, the splashdown is not finding much, and Lulu is punishing hugely with the brush. I mean, Wolf Emoji right there are forced out, not able to do much, and we'll see. Oh, well, that felt weird, to be honest. That felt pretty weird at the end of that game.
Yeah, I think Nintendo servers are very, very fickle, so it genuinely is hard to say whether it's the server's issue or if it was the player's issue, or if it was the streamer's issue or whoever's issue it was. It's so hard to tell what it was. And honestly, with how that game's been going, it's kind of hard to say exactly if mid-meta could have closed that game out there. I don't know if that was a streamer being disconnected or if that was the whole lobby closing.
Yeah, that felt pretty rough. We're investigating. It looks like the room didn't crash. The game went on, and right now we are going to Mahi Mahi resort. The game was won by Wolf Emoji. Wait, do I have my colors confused? No, the game was won by mid-meta. Mid-meta is up 2-1.
Yes. Yeah. And, I mean, seeing the end of that game, it does make sense. Right before we were thrown to the ether, but now mid-meta's at a very, very interesting point. Wolf Emoji back against the walls, going to Mahi Mahi zones, a map we've said so far with that opening is very crucial on a map like this. It's gonna be this is literally do or die for them.
Yeah, this is what we're gonna try to rejoin the lobby. I hope we should be back in there soon. Okay, we are in the lobby. We are waiting for this. We only need to update the overlay to show that mid-meta won game number 3. And yes, this means mid-meta right now are on match point. One more game is all they need to get in grounds, to get back against Frutella that put them here in the losers bracket. Wolf Emoji, I mean, we've seen them fight. They have more to say. Don't count them out yet.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf Emoji made it this far for a very good reason. And even though mid-meta has been taking control of these past 2 games, they did win the first game in the set, so they have fight in them to take mid-meta down now. So it's up to them to make the adjustments they need to be able to take this to fourth game home and take us to a game number 5. And I am very intrigued for Wolf Emoji bringing out the mini here.
Hey, they are fighting hammer with hammer. That's and here comes the first hammer by Lulu, not finding its mark, but Minmeta is still able to find their way forward. I mean, Lulu and Isabel always diving forward, diving in. They lose a few players, but they are in control of the zone. Here comes the hammer from the mini right there, able to get the splats, and that's Wolf Emoji taking control.
I gotta call that out. That was buff hammer right there. Pre-buff hammer would not have gotten that pick right there, and that just shows how strong this special is nowadays. Because now Wolf Emoji is able to convert that into a proper solid hold here, taking it down to that 60-point marker, making those first 40 points without any issue here. Now with Waterloo drop, the map has definitely opened up here, and it's mid-meta's attempt to try and retake whatever zone they can.
Yeah, and with the Rave Slider, they'll be able to apply penalty, but they get punished for it. Wolf Emoji are still around the zone, ready to paint it. Oh, they lose one player, but they have the cooler, they have the control, and they have the zone back. Can Minmeta find their way back forward now?
Yeah, the penalty points did buy them some extra time here, but that time slowly slipping, especially with 2 down on their side. Wolf Emoji knows exactly how they want to close out this game, and with another pick down, that's 3 players down almost immediately, and now penalty points are gone at this point. So Wolf Emoji are now looking to try to lock it out here so they can take this game home and take this to game number 5. Minmeta struggling a little bit here, just playing it slow and steady with their special, see if they can get the proper pick they need to get a push in, but no! That hammer gets shut down! That is a huge pick on their side with 3 down for Minmeta. I think Wolf Emoji is going to take this game home.
I mean, they're in full control right now. They even have the strikes to make sure they keep it. Lulu is trying to get something sneaky. Oh, how do you paint so fast? How do you paint so fast?
I am just taken aback by how quickly that burst paint came from out of nowhere, because I really don't know what came from Minmeta's side to be able to paint that quickly, but I guess they got something in them, and it honestly bought them some extra time to stay alive a little bit longer. But with another player down from Minmeta, Wolf Emoji is definitely trying to play it carefully here and make sure they don't go down too many players down. That many going down with another Lulu going down, another back with a hammer. That's a good flip and a good hold on mid.
Minmeta in control of the zone right now, but Wolf Emoji are still around, getting more and more. They are not stopping, and right now it's very much an onslaught in there. Oh, that hammer is not going to find the splat, but is still maintaining a lot of control. Lulu is forced to run around. He's going to be sent back to spawn. That's 3 players down on Minmeta. It looks like Wolf Emoji are gonna get their KO.
Man, Minmeta trying is about doing their best, popping that reslider a bit too slow, a little bit faster on that reslider. They could have absolutely tried to stay alive a little bit longer, but now with Emoji showing that they're not down just yet, they're just gonna fight this to the very end, bringing the set 2-2, taking us to a game number 5.
I mean, what a game by Wolf Emoji. We saw Minmeta really do incredibly well in the previous 2, but right now, Wolf Emoji, they took control right there. And Minmeta were fighting so hard, using all of their skill simply to stay in the game, simply to apply penalty once more.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very hectic match for Minmeta, using any tool necessary to try and take that game home and close the set out. But Wolf Emoji, I do think that mini swap was kind of needed there to just fight hammer with hammer and keep themselves alive for at least one more game. Now, it's moving on to game number 5, Rumble Ramen. This is where things all boil down to.
And yeah, we're going to have Robo Roman to decide it all. The mini is coming back. That mini has worked well. I mean, no reason to not have it. I mean, that mini, I think, is so good against both the Brush and the Julies. It can really punish the opponents for running forward, and that's such a good pick by Wolf Emoji that has been incredibly key. And right away, the Brush is already down. Minmeta needs to find their way forward.
I think as Wolf Emoji fights mid meta and Lulu on the brush more and more, they're starting to understand how to properly counteract against this weapon here. As Lulu goes in on deep end, does not find another pick. That is a huge swing on their side. And even though they do lose the zone, Wolf Emoji is able to maintain their pressure and presence here in mid and retake it without any issue.
Yeah, and right now Lulu is going the long way around, but is called out and stopped instantly. Splatted 2 down on mid-meta. Wolf Emoji, it's like they figured out every tricks of mid-meta and are punishing them one after the other.
Yeah, it's been a long set for Wolf Emoji, but at this point, they have mid-meta figured out, and it shows. The hammer going in does not find anyone. Tactical or online, meaning that they can go on the aggressive without too many repercussions here. Now, mid-meta is scattering out a little bit to try and take a multi-pronged approach here, but they do use the reflect to retake the zone and at least buy themselves some additional time with those penalty points.
Yeah, huge moves right there by mid-meta. Brush is forced out and forced back to spawn, actually. What a move. Wolf Emoji are not stopping, not slowing down, and winning every single fight.
Yeah, I mean, now those penalty points are gone. We have Triton coming in. Mid-meta is losing traction, losing this game here, not being able to keep up with Wolf Emoji's newfound prowess. And now, even though they have retaking the zone here, there's still enough Wolf Emoji present. But as I say, that 2 goes down. Mid-meta finally has a good handle on mid here. With little to no penalty points given to them at all, they're able to actually start running away with these points.
Yeah. I mean, now mid-meta is in control. Now that they have some paint around, they can shock a little bit. They have more flanks opportunities. Wolf Emoji are the ones trying to find their way in, and they're the ones struggling now. Can they stop the lead from being swapped right now? It's looking pretty rough. The Slusher is sending the strikes. These strikes should be enough to ensure zone control. The Rift Slider is coming in a bit too late. Mid-meta have the zone, but penalty was applied.
Yeah, Wolf Emoji just keeping up with the tempo of mid-meta as best they can. Wolf Emoji has figured out that their strategies have been figured out. And I do like that they're starting to adjust their approaches and how they handle a lot of these fights and positions. And the 3 down for Wolf Emoji means that mid-meta is able to retake the zone yet again. And with only a 10-point differential, these penalty points are going to be slipping so fast at this point that Wolf Emoji has to act now if they want to try and maintain their lead.
Yeah, right now mid-meta are steady around the zone, holding it strong. They know they need to keep paint for just a few more seconds, but they can't manage to do so. They lose both their frontliners. They're forced to jump out. Wolf Emoji back in control, and I mean, they've been penalty applied a bunch on them, so they don't have that much penalty. They're gonna score points pretty soon.
Yeah, now with 1 minute 30 seconds remaining, penalty points gone at this point. Meta trying to go take a fight on the underside here, but the bucket stands their ground. Isabel going in with the reslide to at least take the zone and give those penalty points right back to Wolf Emoji. 1 minute remaining. It is a scattered play from across the board, but 3 down for Wolf Emoji is not a good sign for them.
Oh, and what a hammer throw right there. That's going to allow mid-meta to get in. Coming in, getting the splats. He's punished for it, but I don't think they mind. That is huge control by mid-meta. Who keep that control. They're going to get the lead. What a comeback by mid-meta.
And with those penalty points gone, they have to go in now if they want to stay alive a little bit longer. 45 seconds remaining and 10 points remaining on this zone. Wolf Emoji needs to act now if they want to stay alive with this step. But 2 down goes in, means that mid-meta is able to ride this game, standing strong in the final hour. It takes the set 3-2.
What a set. What an incredible back and forth set. Both teams really learning to counter what the other team is doing, learning to do better, to win more fights. But in the end, it's going to be mid-meta getting back to grounds against Frutella.
Oh, man. There's so much with that set that I'm still thinking back of all that happening. It was mid-meta who was on top, but Wolf Emoji came out the very end. It's just, I'm out of breath from what I just witnessed.
I mean, there was a lot happening left and right, but in the end, in meta, their explosive power, their ability to simply get in, and with one hammer throw, they got their way forward under the opponent's pawn. They got to win an extra fight, and one extra fight is what allowed them to really take the extra control over the zone and their ticket into bronze.
Oh yeah, now at this point, meta moving forward, they're going against a rematch against Frutella, and man, oh man, that's definitely going to be a very stacked and a very intense fight here. But we will be going on a quick break to get our final match ready, so don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be right back after this break.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. They themselves in between. I'm Dark. I'm here with Pat, and we're the grand finals. Mid Meta versus Frutella, a match in the making so far.
I mean, we've seen so much of these two teams. They're fast. They can adapt to any situation, and they've been going around doing so much. We saw Frutella being dominant in winners finals, but we've seen mid meta adapt, do better and better, and really fight well to get their spot into grands as well. Now, I guess we're going to start with Urchin and the Pass. And we'll see if mid meta has learned from what happened in the previous set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about these next three games, too, is that I believe these are the same three games that Meta has fought Frutella on already.
Mm-hmm.
So this really is going to be a test of has Meta learned from what has been done in the past against Frutella, and can they make the adjustments to better ready themselves going forward? I mean, they did. It's not that these games, their last set wasn't exactly a complete wash for Frutella, only on Flounder Heights, right? But it has been, Frutella been on the driving seat for a majority of this game, or these sets.
Yeah, and right now, let's see what these teams are bringing. Frutella bringing back the Vanilla Dapple, I guess, for this map. That's what they want to run. And on the other side, mid-meta also with Vanilla Dapple. We have a Vanilla Dapple duel. I didn't think I'd see the day, Doc.
Yeah, V-Dapple definitely is something that just gets rarely played these days, but I guess they have their own niches here on this map, most specifically in mid-meta, trying to keep up with Frutella here, and they actually did manage to get the first few picks. I think there was a 1-for-1 trade on either side here, but now mid-meta's on the driver's seat, getting the first zone and keeping that zone under control.
Yeah, and right now, mid-meta are taking the control, are pushing in and getting the splats. Huge moves right there by them, and mid-meta are holding pretty well CC and making the work with the pencil. And Frutella are struggling to go in.
Now using this flank here to potentially try and get behind Frutella. Mid-meta is just doing whatever they can to try to choke Frutella out, make sure they have no pushing power. A close call by Lulu. They're almost getting that pick there before backing away. Maybe it's not too confident in closing that pick there. And Frutella still down one player. Mid-meta just keeping the pressure, keeping the control under their zone here.
And right now, mid-meta, it looks like they've learned their antics from the KO, but Frutella are able to go in, and they go in so strong, they get the wipeout. Now it's their turn to get a lot of control, and I can see Crowny on the side with the Dapples, probably putting a beacon right there to allow the rest of the team to flank whenever they want.
Yeah, and the thing with this push now is that mid-meta hasn't actually done too well pushing into Frutella in past games. Frutella has had a solid hold on mid-meta here, but it looks like they learned from their past mistakes. 2 down from Frutella, 2 down from mid-meta. It is a back and forth swinging pendulum between these two teams here, desperately trying to play to maintain control here. But the thing is that Frutella's running away with those points. There's only 30 points remaining on their side. Mid-meta needs to act now if they want to contest it, but I don't think they have the pushing power here to contest the zone, at least contest the lead. I think they're good and gone at this point.
Wow, it's lead swap, and right now, mid-meta, they're so far away. Or they're able to jump onto the zone, but it's too late. They get wiped on the zone on the last frame. Right there, Frutella gets game number 1. But I mean, mid-meta just showed us that they're able to get in at least.
Yeah, I do believe this set's definitely going to be a very tight one this time around. Frutella was struggling against mid-meta and what they've done in this game and so far. It wasn't until the very end when they got a proper wipeout against meta where they're able to actually get their own game plan up and running against mid-meta here. And so I think moving forward, it's up to mid-meta to be very mindful on the current game state and make sure they don't lose those big major fights in mid or lose control on mid, because once they have to actually do a proper reset, whether that be just backing out fully or getting it wiped out, I think that's when things start getting hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, right now Frutella has taken control, and in meta, they rely a lot on their top frontliners, their two frontliners to pop off in order to move forward. They need these frontliners to be able to win the fights in order to go in. And the problem is, like, Frutella knows that. Frutella are ready for that, and they're incredibly solid, able to really stop them in their tracks, stop them from getting momentum. At some point, Dark, we saw Min Meta able to get a lot of splats, but it was not enough to stop Frutella from holding the zone. Right now, going on to Mahi, we'll see how it goes, and it looks like Isabel just switched to the Dapple Julies. The Dapples, no, the Tetris. Switch away from the Dapples.
Yeah, there's a few changes up across the board here. We see the Tetra Duelist comes out, we see the Vanilla Duelist come out, we see the Heavy Edit come out. There's a lot of major differences here in this game around. And mid-meta, now they're setting themselves up for a good solid push here. They're opening game and getting with one pick here, but Frutella isn't going to let that go lightly, getting their own pick. It's back and forth picks, but mid-meta comes out on top at the very end here.
Yeah, that's a nice opening by Min Meta. They have control of the zone right there. The Crab Tank is deployed. That Crab Tank not finding much yet. Yes, he's able to get the splat on Isabel. And Lulu is going to fall as well. As the water is dropping, all of Frutella are back on the zone, but they lose too many players. I mean, they applied penalty, but they lost all of their players doing so. Crowmy, the last squid standing, forced to jump out. Min Meta right now have a good hold on the zone.
Yeah, this is exactly the position mid-meta wants to be here against Frutella, not giving them the opportunity to actually get set up in their own game plan going. Mid-meta is now, even though they're down one player, they're playing it a little bit safely. They're still doing whatever they can to make sure that Frutella cannot enter their zone. The splatter screen wall does come out here to maybe try and push back mid-meta a little bit, but they're getting punished and picked back time and time again. Tactical is on from both sides here, but there's only 20 ticks remaining for mid-meta.
Whoa, Min Meta very much in control, but we saw that in the previous game. Frutella are going in, are getting onto the zone and applying penalty. This time they get the splats, they get the control. Lulu is going to fall down as well. It's only the pencil less for Min Meta. I believe that pencil is coming back from spawn, which means Frutella right now, it's their turn to be in control. We've seen this before. Min Meta needs to find a way to push now.
Yeah, this is a perfect opportunity to try and see if they've learned from the past and can actually execute a retake here. And it looks like they at least bought themselves at least a little bit of extra time here with that recap, giving a few penalty points to Frutella, but Armora on the Tri-Saucer gets to before getting shut down and stopping mid-meta's reattempt to enter mid here. That is a very solid hold there, but two down for Frutella. It is not down for the count just yet.
Yeah, but that was a delayed wipe onto Min Meta thanks to that Tri-Slusher. Right now, Min Meta struggling to get back on the zone once again. The missiles are not finding their mark. And what is that? Smooth with the Slusher, simply dancing around, getting everything. And now they're pushing in. They're so far up, and there's no way for Min Meta to get back to the zone.
But two down here from either side. It could have been mid-meta's opportunity to actually go in there and take the zone here, but Frutella's prowess in mid is just too strong. They're able to zone mid-meta out, take this 2-0. Now at match point, things are not looking good for mid-meta.
I mean, we just had the same game twice, Dark, of Min Meta taking control, being incredibly confident, winning their fights, making a lot of points, forcing Frutella, it seems like, into a desperate push, and then Frutella getting a huge comeback. And once Frutella are in control of the zone, they simply keep that control, which means they're up 2-0. And since they're on winner's side, all they need to do now is win one more game.
Yeah, this is a very, very dicey situation for mid-meta. They've shown in the past two games that they know what Frutella is capable of, and they know what they need to do to make sure they keep them down for as long as they can. The only issue really is the retake. If they ever get a position where they lose total control of mid, they are forced to properly reset, Frutella gets set up, and they're just able to zone mid-meta out for the remainder of the game, and mid-meta is just struggling for the remainder of this game. And the big issue here comes from this next map. We're going to Flounder Heights. The last time we set off Flounder Heights with Frutella mid-meta, Frutella just absolutely dominated that game from the get-go. So this is a very dicey situation for mid-meta.
Yeah, but we've seen mid-meta have crazy openings. On this map, the opening does so much. The opening gives you such an edge. If there's one map where mid-meta has a good shot at keeping the zone, at not letting Frutella get back in, it is this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now we see once again these two teams bringing out what they are more comfortable with this time around. We see the Heavy come out, but yeah, that Tetra did get swapped out to the alternate kit. I'm also intrigued by what use it would have here, but let them cook, as some might say. It is a 1-for-1 on each side. No other team has total control of the zones just yet.
Yeah, and right now we have this fight for mid, and as we say that, Frutella taking control of the zone already, but still forced to fight around because they know there's people behind them. Isabel to the side is punished by Crown in huge moves. That was the absolute edge of Crown's range right there. But Frutella is on top of the zone, is on top of everything, but 2 players down. Mid-meta still has a way in. Can they get the jumps forward?
And now a Lulu on the underside does not get a pick, but unfortunately going down here as mid-meta is looking to use whatever tools they can. The Zipcaster comes in. Can they get one? No, they unfortunately go down here as Frutella is slowly keeping their cool, slowly keeping their pressure up here as mid-meta is struggling to at least take one zone.
I mean, right now, Frutella they know they need to defend the zone, but they lost their backline. They lost so many players. Aaron is the last, and penalties applied. Lulu is going to punish. That is mid-meta's turn to be in control of the zones. As I say that, zone is already contested on the other side. This is so fast.
Yeah, but the important thing here is that mid-meta has shown that they can actually make a proper push to retake here, which is crucial here on this game here. Match point means that they lose here, they're done for the tournament. They are on their second chance here. So Frutella has shown that they can actually lose this game here. And if they're not careful, they can will actually lose this game here. Mid-meta is doing a wonderful job keeping their pressure and presence here. In mid. 1-for-1 trades coming out left and right, but tactical is online, so mid-meta is on the advantage on that trade.
And Frutella right now still fighting around the zone, not letting mid-meta make too many points. As the Hammer is gonna get the pick. That's a wipe out. Mid-meta finally able to get full control over the zones, over top mid. Now can they keep that control? Aaron is already back on the attack.
Yeah, Nora getting one before having to back up a little bit, getting a 2-for-1 special. That's good for Frutella, not so good for mid-meta as they're down too many players. Frutella's able to slowly push up and at least take control of one zone. Can they get control of the second zone? Banana on the rampage here on the other side gets 2 for going down once again. It is a close fight. The lead has shrunk considerably here. There's only 11-point difference here.
Yeah, I mean, this is so close. Whichever team is able to take control right there will have a huge edge in the rest of the game. Penalties applied, that is huge for Frutella, but mid-meta is still in this fight. Isabel able to get one, looking to get another, is able to get the jump, and right now that's 3 down on Frutella. I mean, mid-meta, penalty was applied on them, but they're still in control of top mid. With 1.5 minutes, they have plenty of time to come back.
Yeah, those penalty points are almost gone at this point too, and they can absolutely take the lead here. Isabel maybe going in too deep there, going down. Penalty points not done yet. Frutella moving in fast, but no, Lulu with the Stelter Stamp comes in, swipes one of the players, and is able to keep their pressure up here in mid as they do take the lead. Things are looking very good for mid-meta here. Frutella starting to lose control.
Yeah, 1 minute left in the game, and we're in a fight for top mid, and that fight is won by mid-meta right now. They have so much control. The Slusher is going in, able to get a spot that is huge, but the time is still ticking in favor of mid-meta right now. Oh, wait, 3 down. Lulu's alone. Lulu's trying to defend, but Lulu's surrounding right now. Forced out, shoot that by Frutella. Frutella right now with 40 seconds left know that all they need to do is keep both zones painted.
Yeah, this is where things are gonna be the pressure's there. That's gonna start building up here. 2 down from mid meta, 1 down from Frutella, 3 down from mid meta. That is not a good sign. Penalty points are almost gone at this point. There's only 20 seconds remaining. They have one final team fight to try and make this game up here and prove they can learn from their past mistakes here. Lulu on the backside managed to back up on that with a wipeout. They are unfortunately not have the remaining power to take this game here with no players left standing. Frutella takes this game and set home 3-0.
That's 3 comebacks. Frutella got 3 comebacks, all 3 of these games. Frutella let mid-meta get a huge lead, look so strong, and then got a comeback. What a roller coaster!
Man, that game came down to the wire. Mid-meta finally cracked the code, finally had what they needed to keep Frutella down for the count, but it just came down to those final few seconds where everything mattered and mid-meta couldn't close the game there. Frutella coming out on top, even showing very strong performance in those first 2 games. Unfortunately, was this close to losing that game, but they were unfortunately for mid-meta, they kept their cool, remained calm and collected, and saw this to the very end.
Yeah, incredible set by Frutella. That's the composure, that's the nerves that you need to have at top level. You need to be facing losing the game, being so far back in grand finals, but still be able to come back, still not let the pressure get to you. And Frutella, really a masterclass in how to get a comeback in this set right here. 3-0. Beautiful victory by Frutella. I mean, they did so much, and I mean, in all this tournament, they dropped a single map.
Yeah, I mean, with a record like that, having it come to that close to the end there might have been a little bit terrifying, but there's still much to stuck it at the very end. But mid-meta, there was a glorious attempt to retake that game there, to potentially take this into a grand finals reset. The dream was there, but unfortunately it did not pan out, and now you can only hope that you can try for that gold again on the next Triton-Cup.
Yeah, next Triton-Cup will be in 2 weeks, of course. But for now, it's time for us to say goodbye. Before we do that, do you have something to plug?
Well, you can find me at most social media website at SPF Dark, where I repost random nonsense from time to time. But more often than not, you'll most likely hear my voice time and time again across the various organizations we have here in the community, like here in Down Productions, IPL, Under Pressure, CCA. I am literally all over the map. But Pat, what about you, buddy?
You can find me on Blue Sky. It's written on your screen, Badger Tom. And before we go, I'd like to give a special shout out to our wonderful observer, CK. CK, thank you so much for being here, for doing a banger job. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.